Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Chuang. I'm the serving as the representative from the board of directors. It's been it's been a really eventful year for sure, and I feel like we're actually at a very different place than we were when we had this tournament 6 months ago or 5 months ago or wherever it was. I think a lot more people have come back to campus now, so we've gotten used to our quarantine life. Some people are on campus, some people are off campus still, but I think we're starting to see that those vaccines are becoming more widely distributed, and we can see some light on the horizon. So I hope that that you're all feeling a little more optimistic, even in light of some difficult events this week. I hope that we're all feeling a little bit more optimistic now than we were even 5-6 months ago. And I also wanted to just express how impressed I've been with everyone involved with this league, from the athletes to the coaches to the referees, and especially that tournament committee, really just working so hard to make sure that these events go off so easily, or seem was easy to me, anyways, on my end. So I think when we look back at this time, we'll really remember all of the extreme things we had to do in terms of just trying so hard to reach across the ether and reach out to people who we may not normally be able to see, and and working in difficult circumstances with kind of like the unpredictable interruptions and that kind of thing. So I really appreciate everyone's resilience. I'm so impressed that, again, we have 180, almost 200 competitors pre-registered for this event, and when I look at across the list of schools, I see that every one of those athletes represents an immense amount of work to get them here. I know that other events have been held around the country, but by far this is the largest online collegiate event, even bigger than our national one last fall. So there's a lot to be proud of to be a part of this league. So I'm super proud. I hope you are too. I did want to mention a couple of things. The NCTA is hosting the last collegiate tournament, and it will also count as the last ECTC tournament of the year. That's April 17th on Saturday. And that will be an individual format, not team format. But we're also introducing a fun new division that will not count towards the ECTC points, but it's a paddle kicking division where you can do 30 seconds of paddle kicking and be scored just like Poomsae, and you'll be scored on both your accuracy and your presentation. And there'll be a couple of required elements. So that will be available in the tournament packet early next week. But for those of us who are maybe getting some Poomsae fatigue, that's a great little bonus division for those of us who can hold targets for each other, to kind of break the monotony a little bit for us and to have something fresh in our minds. And I also did want to mention that ECATA, one of our sister leagues down south, is hosting a tournament next weekend on March 27th, and that also has a non-target kicking challenge as well. So definitely check them out too if you're looking for things for your athletes to do. And the season will culminate. There is a points. If you look on the site, points are being tracked. This is the third tournament. The fourth and last tournament will be the NCTA tournament, and we will award a Resilience Cup, which is not the official ECTC Cup, but will represent a lot of hard work. And I know that it's still absolutely up for grabs. So I hope that everyone's working hard and training hard to win that, and something that may be a one-off trophy, so you get bragging rights forever if you win the Resilience Cup. I also wanted to mention I had sent out an email a couple weeks ago about the NCTA coaching group. So that's an online face group where collegiate coaches can just share ideas, and we're hoping that will be a way for us coming out of this, to have gotten a little bit closer and to be able to share our ideas. And one of the things I'm getting feedback as the NCTA president also is how difficult it is to start a collegiate Taekwondo program, right? There's just so many barriers to entry, and it's difficult to find venues for your athletes to compete if you're not and don't happen to be in the ECTC region. And so I'm really hoping that, even for those of us who are in the ECTC, that we're able to share some ideas. How do you retain students? How do you recruit? What kinds of things do you do to make your students feel special? How do you train your students? All of those things that hopefully we can help each other level up and grow collegiate Taekwondo in this country. With that in mind, I'm going to hand it off to one of our tournament committee co-chairs, Master Carissa Fu, who, along with Master Tara Sarathi, has really just done a fantastic job this year. And I also wanted to shout out Mr. William Esty, Master William Esty, who's just really done a fantastic job at not just our tournaments, but he's been like one of the go-to guys to run just about all of the tournaments out there that are running on this live format that are in the United States. So super impressed with his work, and shout out to him and credit to him during this period for helping us all get through it. All right, Master Fu.
Thank you, Master Trong. Good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be here today to have our spring tournament for the ECTC, and I'm here to remind you guys of some of the Zoom, specific Zoom things that we'd like to see to help make the day run smoother. But before I do that, I also want to say thank you to all of our referees, all of our TC members, and especially our athletes and coaches who can be here today and just hopefully have a really fun and safe competition. So some of the Zoom reminders that we want you guys to follow to help make the day run smoothly. Before you sign into your Zoom account, before you sign into the ring, please make sure that your Zoom name is renamed to how we've asked you to. So with your team, with your school, your team number, and your last name for those who are sharing devices. That will just help ensure that we are admitting the right people and that we know if someone is missing, then we can come look for you and call you to make sure you get into the ring in time. Also, please make sure that you join your Zoom ring 10 minutes prior to your posted competition. The schedule is online. A lot of information that will help you guys just keep track of the day is on the tournament website. So please go to ectc-online.org, check out the tournament webpage there. When you are in competition, I want you guys to please mute yourself, turn off your video when you're actually not competing, but you're just waiting in the Zoom room. But when you are on deck, you can start, turning your camera on. And then when you are actually competing, you can unmute yourself. Please also make sure that you don't use any virtual backgrounds that will obscure your performance, and we'll probably make sure that your competition looks better, your Poomsae looks better. Also, please minimize any network usage by other devices in your household. That will also ensure that your connection is good so that the referees will be able to better see you. And then also, if you are watching on YouTube as well, when you are actually competing, please make sure that your YouTube is either on mute or you turned it off so that we don't have any feedback. Once again, we're just trying to make sure that your Poomsae can be scored and it's a smooth experience for you. That is it from me for now. But let's go to Master Schulte, who will be reviewing the competition rules specific to this event.
All right, thank you, Master Fu. And good morning, everyone. Just a couple of quick things. So we do have 5 judges in all 3 rings today. So we have several international judges as well, representing the US and Canada. So that's always great. Everybody's excited to be part of this. And this opportunity, I think, is really important to keep coming back together as Taekwondo, and especially with all the craziness going on in the world right now. It's a nice, safe place for us to have a good time. For the competition rules, let's see. So just like in the previous tournaments, NCTA and ECTC, you'll start on your mark. So there's no marching in and out. Just be ready to go when you're called in, and the ring coordinator will, have you bow and so forth and get ready to start. If you perform off camera, if your movement or your foot or your hand or something is out of the frame of the camera, that's a 0.1 deduction because the judges can't see it to score it. There is no penalty, however, for repositioning. So if you're in a small space like a dorm room and you need to move several times during, or even more than once, during the Poomsae, that's fine. There's no penalty for that, but make it obvious to the judges: pause, move, pause, continue, right? So it's easy for the judges to see that you didn't make a mistake, that you're deliberately repositioning yourself. If there's a significant interruption of the video, and as Master Fu was talking about, please be careful with your bandwidth. The judges may need you to re-perform, do it again. That's okay. There's no penalty for that. It is okay to wear a mask during the competition. And about lame duck competitors. So this may be a term that is probably familiar to most, but I'll describe it briefly. So it just means everybody gets to perform. So if we have a team of 1 versus a team of 2 or 3, the second and third person on the larger team wouldn't have anyone to compete against, right? So they can perform their Poomsae, they can get a score in the preliminary rounds. When we get to the quarterfinals, it's optional. So you can ask to perform, but if you've already gone before up to that, if you were able to compete in the preliminary, then the center judge can, the ring captain can say, no, we're going to move on in the interest of time. But if you have not been able to perform at all up to that point in the quarterfinals, then you certainly can, right? And it's optional for the judges going forward after or starting with the quarterfinals. I think those are the points that I wanted to cover. So I'm good for here. Over to either Tara or Will, I think.
No, so I think we're actually ready to get started with the tournament. We'll
Perfect.
do our opening ceremonies. Thank you so much, Master Schulte, Master Fu, and Master Chuang. And just an announcement, while we have all of our viewers here on the YouTube live stream, thank you so much for joining us on the YouTube live stream. We hope you guys are excited for a phenomenal day with all 3 rings running live right there to you on that YouTube live stream. We have our A teams happening right here in ring 1. In the bottom of the description, you're able to find the links to the other rings. In ring 2, you will find all of our B team Poomsae today. And of course, in ring 3 will be all of our C team events. So please tune in to each of the rings, show your support to our phenomenal athletes for all of their hard work. To anybody that's competing today, good luck, and we will see you guys in the Zoom ring.
Hello, hello.
Okay, good morning, ECTC. Apologies for the delayed start. We were having a couple of technical difficulties, which is usually the case when it comes to operating and hosting tournaments on Zoom. So thank you very much for your patience as we begin. We are currently trying to get us kicked off, and we would like to start with introducing our lovely referees and judges who will be judging everybody's Poomsae performances throughout the day. And if Manuel, may I ask for you to stop screen sharing and so we can introduce judges? Thank you very much. So we would like to start off with Judge Danielle Desmarais. And Danielle is from, I'm just introducing one fun fact for each person, as we will be introducing throughout the day. So Judge Danielle is from Quebec, Canada. So thank you very much for joining us from Canada. Next, moving on to Judge Nirav Daftari. I just realized that I should okay, there we go. Thank you, Zoom operator. Hello, Nirav. Nirav is joining us from South Burlington. So thank you very much for joining, as always, as a regular. Moving on to Judge Jan Trigg. I'm going in order of appearance on my Zoom screen. So thank you. Hello, Judge Jan Trigg. Judge Trigg is from Lansing, Michigan. Thank you very much for joining us today. And moving on to Judge Mark Zirogiannis. Hello. Judge Zirogiannis is joining us from Valley Stream, New York. Hello, thank you very much for joining us. And then moving on, Judge Jocelyn Carrier from Quebec, I believe, Canada. Thank you very much for joining us. And last but not least, I believe, is Judge Thuan Nguyen from Seattle, Washington, all across the country. Oh, hello. Okay, there we go. Hello. Thank you very much for joining us, Judge Thua. And I think I've been able to cover everybody. And last but not least, today, my name is Noriko. I will be serving as your commentator today for Ring 1 for A-Team Poomsae. All right, and Manuel, if we can move back to the screen with rules and brackets, if we may, thank you. So just as a reminder, everyone, this is Ring 1 A-Team Poomsae Black Belt competitors. Just a few reminders again to competitors as we are getting started and kicking off the Poomsae performances. Please make sure that your Zoom video and microphone are turned off until you are called on deck. And I think everyone's all settled right now, but please set your Zoom name to your competitor name. So your school, team name and number. And if you are signing in with multiple competitors on one device, please make sure to have your last names as your Zoom set within your Zoom name so that we can make sure that everybody's in the correct rings and that we have all our athletes ready to go in a timely manner. Again, please have no virtual backgrounds or effects on while you are performing your Poomsae. And restarting due to any technical difficulties like glitching or lagging is not going to be penalized. And we will let you know if the judges have any difficulty watching your Poomsae and if it will be impeding their judging and their scoring. As a reminder, though, if you go off frame during your Poomsae performance, you will be penalized in that case. So please make sure to try to stay in frame for the duration of your Poomsae, and adjustments within your performance to stay in frame will not be penalized. And last but not least, please try to turn off any other internet-enabled devices so that your connection can remain strong so that you can perform without any technical difficulties throughout the performance. Okay, moving on to looking at our bracket for today. Okay, we are going to be starting in the round of 32. Highlighted is match number 101, West Point PA or West Point A team A4 versus Rutgers A5. And if I believe everybody is already logged in and ready to go. So let's get this show on the road. Next screen, please, Manuel. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have West Point A4 in blue and Rutgers A5 in red. They will be performing choreo for their first round. We'll have Phil Simonet versus Thomas Louis for the first round in this match. We will be starting off with Phil from West Point A4.
There. 차렷, 경례, 준비, 시작. 야! 야! Sorry, 바로. 차렷, 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Phil Simonet from West Point A4 performing choreo to kick off this competition. Just as quick fun facts about Poomsae scoring for anybody who is watching this for the first time. The scoring is divided into accuracy and presentation with a total score of 10 points, and accuracy will be scored out of a total of 4 points, which determines, yes, as it says, how accurate your performance was in terms of moves, correct stances, correct blocks and attacks, and presentation out of a total of 6 points. And for Phil's first performance, we had an accuracy score of 2 points and a presentation score of 3.33 with a total score of 5.33. Thank you very much, Phil, and thank you for judges. And moving on to our next competitor. On to the next screen, I believe. Thank you.
Morning. 차렷, 경례. 준비, 시작. 바로 처리해. 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Thomas Louis for performing for Rutgers Team A5. And we are already coming in with our judges' scores. We have an accuracy score of 2.63. Fun fact about Thomas, some of our athletes have kindly filled out some fun facts about themselves in a survey that was sent out earlier to all athletes. And Thomas is studying electrical engineering at Rutgers as class of 2021. So senior, I see. And Thomas has an accuracy score of 2.63 and presentation score of 3.9 for a total of 6.53. Great job, Thomas. And next we are moving on to our next competitor. We have Sam Shaw from West Point A4 up next.
처리해. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쳐. 처리 그녀.
And that was Sam Shaw from West Point A4 performing choreo just now. Sam is a class of 2022 student majoring in Arabic at West Point. That's amazing. And for the question of what is your favorite and least favorite class in school, he answered Arabic as his favorite, which makes sense since you're majoring in it, and cyber as least favorite, which is an interesting fact. Cyber is a very broad term for personal reflection, but I can kind of relate. It's a lot of things going on in there. And as the judges are coming scoring, just to clarify as well for those who are watching for the first time, judges are live scoring, so they are inputting scores as they go. Our current judges are currently saying that the video was a little bit too choppy to score. So Sam, would you be able to perform that for us one more time again?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And Manuel, if you can turn the camera back to Sam. Thank you very much, Sam, for your cooperation. You perform for us one more time. And handing it off to the judges. Thank you very much.
처리. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 첫, 그네.
Right. Thank you very much, Sam, for performing choreo once again for us. And again, as a note to all those who are tuning in for the first time here, any redos of Poomsae performances due to technical difficulties will not be penalized at all. So this is something that we are implementing for all of our Zoom tournaments. So redos due to technical difficulties during this live stream will not be penalized. So now we are coming in with judges' score for that second smooth performance with the video all good. So we have an accuracy score of 2.43 and a presentation score of 3.77 with a total of 6.2 for Sam. Thank you very much again for your performance, for your double performance, Sam. And now we will be moving on to our next competitor on deck and the last for this match. We are moving on to Rutgers A4.
Juliet. 그네. 준비? 시작. Photo, athlete. Athlete, you can stop. The quality is very choppy. It's going to be redo it.
Should we change the voice, ma'am?
Yes, we just wanted to give him 1 minute break in between the form.
Just
Okay. Juliet. 그네. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 그네.
All right, and that was Sherwood Lennon performing for Rutgers A5. As you could see, athletes are performing in all sorts of spaces for this tournament and making use of what is available for them. So thank you so much for your creativity and using what was probably a common room or some sort of a space in the university with the piano in the background, but great lighting. And some fun facts about Sherwood. He is majoring in bioenvironmental engineering at Rutgers as class of 2021. So we have another senior here, or I guess a graduating class, if I should say. And his, what's it called? In addition to what we are asking about school, we're also asking about some hobbies outside of Taekwondo as well. And for Sherwood, actually, I just lost my place on the spreadsheet. Here we go. And Sherwood has answered that he likes music, video games, and reading as some hobbies outside of Taekwondo. And I'm sure a lot of us can relate to that as well. And we're still waiting for judges to come in with scoring. Just making sure, just checking in, judges didn't have any other technical difficulties on that round. No, they were all good. So we just need to wait. As we can see, judges are setting up the scores in real time. So it might take a little bit of time for them to discern some of the accuracy and especially presentation scores, since that's a little bit more determining about the key. And and it seems one judge is currently out now for a little bit of technical issues, but the others are all set. So thank you again for your patience as we wait on coming in for the score. Sorry, I am conveying the real-time chatting as the judges as they come in, that they are reconnecting and getting things on the road. So again, just to fill in on everybody as we wait for judges on some of our logistics coming in for this tournament in general. We have a team Poomsae going on in this ring, which is for black belts, performing choreo in the preliminary rounds. And we also have a ring 2 and 3, which is going on with B team and C team Poomsae performances. And B team is for those who have blue belts to red belts, and C team is for more beginners who are performing more beginner friendly level Poomsae for white belts through green belts. And so Poomsae, just to clarify as well for any beginners who are tuning in for the first time, is a series of movements in Taekwondo, attacks and blocks against imaginary opponents. So as you can see, they were series of blocks and strikes in coordinated format against imaginary opponents. And it's part of a foundational movement of the art of Taekwondo. And it's a very integral part of us, of this martial art for those of us who are training in Taekwondo. And we are still having a couple of issues on the judges' side. It was a smooth performance from Sherwood, so that was no problem there. And I'm getting a request to continue on talking about the history of Taekwondo, and I'm gonna have to pull out some of my encyclopedia. So hold on. I'm also going to try to talk a little bit more about some facts about Sherwood too. So we'll get his life story in here while we're getting the judges scores coming in. Let's see how many questions the ECTC tournament committee has sent out to the athletes. It's a good amount of questions. So everybody who filled this out, thank you so much for filling out so many fun facts about yourself. Let's see. On top of what is your major? What are some of your hobbies outside of Taekwondo? Let's go on to what are some fun memories you have about Taekwondo for Sherwood. And he says, performing on a stage for my first demo. That's pretty awesome. I'm going to admit one of our judges as they're coming in. I also remember performing for a demonstration for parents and students during Parents Weekend when I was a student at Tufts. And that was definitely pretty nerve-wracking for me as a white belt, but that was one of my favorite memories as well, because you get to show off what you learned in front of people as they are slightly judging you, but you get to have so much fun. And that is what college is all about, I would say. And let's see, for more fun facts. And I swear that the judges are working hard to get the scores in for you, Sherwood, so please bear with us. What are some fun memories? And then what are 3 interesting facts about you? All right, so we actually may need to have Sherwood repeat. We apologize for this technical difficulty. I'm just going to check in with the judges to see. We will need to have you do a rerun. Hold on for one moment, please. Thank you so much, Sherwood, for your patience. Okay, the judges say yes. So I think you may get bonus points for perseverance, indomitable spirit. Thank you so much. I will be handing it off to the judges for this moment. So Judge Trigg, if you can, please. Thank you.
Okay. One more time. Chariot. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어. chariot. kunye.
Okay, once again, thank you so much, Sherwood and the Rutgers team for for repeating your performance of Kodo and for showing integrity and perseverance and indomitable spirit throughout some of these technical difficulties on the judges' side as well. So this is something that happens for us as we are trying our best to operate these competitions through Zoom. So thank you again for your patience. And we are coming in now with the score number, the actual numbers for our scores. So currently we have an accuracy score of 2.4, and we are now waiting for our presentation score, which is now 3.60, as we can see there on the screen, with a total of 6.0 for Sherwood's performance of choreo. Okay, all right. Now we are moving on to the summary of these matches for today. It's very interesting. So since these are, this competition will be in teams, it will be based on the number of winners, the major winners for each of these matches who move on to the next round. And we have one winner for the red team for Rutgers and one winner for West Point, but by the sum of scores, Rutgers will be moving on to the round of 32, round of 16. All right, congratulations, Rutgers A5, and thank you again for persevering through those technical difficulties. And we are moving on with the competition, going on to the next match. We can take a look at our bracket once again to see who is up next. All right, so match number 102 will be William and Mary A1 versus Rutgers A3. Right, and we can take a look at our matches and our athletes for match number 102. Okay, in blue, we will have William and Mary A1, in red, Rutgers A3, and first up will be Tuna Turk versus Amy Bach for the first up competitors for each team. We'll have Tuna performing first for William and Mary.
Juliet? Kunye? 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래, kunye.
Okay, that was Tuna Turk from William and Mary performing choreo for his team. Some fun facts about Tuna as we wait for our judges' scores. Tuna's anthropology and Chinese double major, I'm assuming, or perhaps that's a combined major, but majoring in anthropology and Chinese as class of 2023 at William and Mary. We should play a game of bingo, seeing how many different majors we can collect across all these competitors in all these different schools throughout this day. And we have an accuracy score of 1.97 and presentation score of 3.6 with a total of 5.57 for Tuna. Thank you very much for your performance. And moving on to our next competitor from Rutgers A3 is Amy Bach.
Juliet. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 지리. kunye.
All right, that was Amy's performance of Kodo for Rutgers A3. Amy is a psychology major again at Rutgers for class of 2022. And she says her favorite and least favorite class in school. Favorite is neuropsychology, ooh, very fancy, and least favorite. She says, for legal reasons, I have no least favorite class. Ooh, interesting. All right, we can accept that for what it is. And her accuracy score for her choreo performance is 2.63. And our presentation score 3.9 with a total of 6.53. Awesome. And moving on to our next competitor, it's JD from William and Mary.
지리. kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 지리. kunye.
Okay, that was JD from William and Mary. A1 performing choreo, and we already have an accuracy score coming in from judges of 1.3. I don't see any I am searching on the spreadsheet, but we don't seem to have any survey responses from JD as of now. We'll look into it a little bit more. And the presentation score is 3.1 total of 4.4 for JD. Thank you very much. We will move on to our next competitor for this match. let's see, Gregory from Rutgers.
Juliet. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 주리. kunye.
All right, that was Gregory from Rutgers performing choreo. And Gregory is a mechanical engineering major at Rutgers, and he's class of 2022. Great job there for all of your class of 2022ers, I think, for this team, it seems like. And we have an accuracy score of 2.63 and a presentation score of 3.9 for a total of 6.53 for Gregory. Awesome job. All right, moving on to our next competitors. We have Adeline and Justin as our final round, and we will be having Adeline from William and Mary going first.
주리ет. kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 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 샷. 주리. kunye.
All right, that was Adeline from William and Mary. And some fun facts about Adeline as we wait for scores to come in. Adeline is a class of 2024 student, so she's still undecided on major, but is thinking about declaring a physics major, which is really exciting. And for her favorite class in school, she says, so far this semester, her favorite class is Intro to Engineering. She does not have a least favorite class, so she's very open to learning, it seems. It's a great job, Adeline, on your first year, I believe, at William and Mary. And she now we have our scores on board, so let's take a look at that. She has an accuracy score of 2.57 and presentation score of 3.8 with a total of 6.37. All right, and we are moving on to our last competitor for this match. We have Justin from Rutgers, A3 going last.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 셔. 지뢰. 그녀.
All right, and that was our last competitor for this match. So Justin from for Rutgers class of 2021 is an exercise science and kinesiology major, which sounds awesome. And that must really come in handy when also practicing Taekwondo, I assume. And he says his favorite class in school is human anatomy and least favorite is chemistry. Right, and we now have our scores coming in. So accuracy score of 2.73 and presentation score of 3.97 for a total of 6.7 for Justin. All right, and let's look at the results for this match. All right, so we have our winners here. Rutgers A3 will be moving on to round of 16. It's a great job to both William and Mary A1 and Rutgers A3. And we are going to move back to our, so great job to both teams. Thank you very much. And we're going to be moving on to taking a look at the bracket. All right, so I have received word that match 103. So both teams have actually dropped out for match 103 on the day of due to some circumstances on their side. So we will be actually skipping match 103 and moving on to match 104, I believe, which is below. Okay, so we will still be continuing with our round of 32, but we will be taking a 5-minute break before that and restarting at 12 o'clock on the dot. So if all competitors who will be starting with match 104 can be ready and stay loose and warmed up in the next 5 minutes. And meanwhile, judges and Zoom operators and TC members can take a 5-minute break during this time. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you, competitors, for signing in on time and being ready to go with your cameras as you are being called up. All right, and we will restart the competition at 12 p.m. We'll be back very soon. Thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in so far. All right, and we are back and ready to go to restart this competition with match 104 for A-Team Poomsae for round of 32. Great, thank you so much, Manuel, for being our wonderful Zoom operator. So as we can see on the bracket, we are continuing with round of 32 for the day with match number 104 with Princeton A1 up against Harvard A1. And as a reminder, these are in team. The competitors are going up against each other in teams. So it is not just individual performances, but in teams of 1 to 3 people going up against each other. So we have Princeton A1, Cecilia Kim versus Natalie Lay from Harvard A1 for our competitors ready to go. We will kick things off for match 104 with Cecilia from Princeton.
Juliet. 그녀? 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 제리 그녀.
All right, that was Cecilia from Princeton performing choreo. And fun facts about Cecilia, as she is class of 2023 at Princeton, majoring in chemistry. And to be honest, I was kind of interested in what the blackboard behind her kind of said on there. So as we can see, students are performing in all sorts of spaces on campus or maybe at their homes throughout the day. So fun to keep an eye out for all those backgrounds as well. And we have our scores coming in. So we have an accuracy score of 2.97 and presentation score of 4.13 with a total of 7.10 for Cecilia. All right, moving on to our next competitor from Harvard A1 is Natalie up next for our competitor.
제리야? 준비. sorry. 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 제리 그녀.
All right, that was Natalie from Harvard. Natalie is a class of 2022 student majoring in government at Harvard. Really awesome major name right there. And she says her favorite class is the philosophy of Machiavelli, which goes along with her major as well. That's awesome. Seems I'm kind of interested in how many interesting classes we can also learn about at various schools throughout the day that we can learn about. And we have our accuracy score and presentation score coming in with accuracy score of 2.07 and presentation score of 3.57 with a total score of 5.63 for Natalie. Great job. And moving back to our match sheet, if you will. We can take a look at our competitor list. So as we can see, Princeton has a 3-person team and Harvard has a 1-person team. So we do have competitors with multiple athletes who have not been able to perform because their opposing team has less number of people than theirs. They have the option of performing and getting their Poomsae scored. So Princeton A1, if Suying is ready to go, you do have the option of getting your choreo score. Okay, we see we're getting ready there. Great, thank you so much. Whenever you're ready.
차렷, 근육. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 차렷, 근육.
All right, that was Suying from Princeton performing as her second competitor, her 3-person team at Princeton for Princeton A1. I don't see Suying's, fun fact answers in this spreadsheet currently, but if you want to fill that out as the day goes on, that's great too. And we see our scores coming in. Suying has an accuracy score of 2.67 and a presentation score of 3.87 with a total score of 6.53. All right, and we are moving on to our last competitor for this match, which is again Princeton, because you have a full 3-person team. All right, great job. So we have Louise from Princeton as our last competitor for this match.
차렷, 근육. 준비. 시작. Directly.
All right, and that was our last competitor for this match, Luis from Princeton, class of 2023, majoring in operation, research, and financial engineering. Interesting. And as we could see, athletes will not be penalized for any adjustments that they need to make according to their space limitation. So just to keep as a note for any spectators, keep that in mind. And Luis has an accuracy score of 2.53 and presentation score of 3.77 for a total of 6.3. All right, and we're going to move on to the match results. So Princeton A1 will be moving on to round of 16. And great job to Harvard A1, Natalie, for performing in a one-person team. Great job to both teams and all competitors for this match. All right, and moving right along, we are going to match number 105, Michigan A1 versus Northeastern A2. And our competitor list here, as we can see, first up will be Alicia Wang and Rachel Chung. So first, our first competitor for this match will be Alicia from Michigan A1.
Juliet. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 주리. kunye.
All right, that was Alicia from Michigan, University of Michigan, A1. Alicia is a class of 2023, a student majoring in psychology. She says her favorite class in school as of now is criminology, and her least favorite class is organic chemistry, which seems like a pretty common thought from many of my chemistry major friends that I've had at throughout the years. Orgo is quite a class, so I heard through rumors. All right, and Alicia's accuracy score is 2.53, and her presentation score is 3.77 for a total of 6.3. All right, moving on to our next competitor. We have Rachel from, we can move on to the next screen. Oh, Rachel from Northeastern up on deck.
Juliet. kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리해 경례. Thank you.
Okay, that was Rachel from Northeastern, class of 2024, majoring in data science. And it seemed that Rachel was surrounded by laboratory-looking, laboratory-like classrooms right there as she was performing choreo. And that glass wall is always a little bit nerve-wracking for those of us who are watching, but I'm sure he has practiced enough to have that control. And it's no worries. And Rachel has an accuracy score of 2.2 with a presentation score of 3.43, the total of 5.63. All right, thank you very much, competitors. And we'll be moving on to our next round of competitors for this match. Oh, okay, we're going to skip the match screen. All up. Okay, so we have Hyung Cho from Michigan, your University of Michigan, up next.
처리해 경례. 준비 시작. 바로 처리해 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Hyung from Michigan, a University of Michigan class of 2023, majoring in philosophy. Awesome. And some of his hobbies outside of Taekwondo include guitar, parkour and sleeping. Very relatable. Don't know if, yeah, that's everybody's hobby for sure. And Hyung has an accuracy score of 2.5 and a presentation score of 3.73 for a total of 6.23. Awesome job. And we are moving on to our next competitor from Northeastern A2, Hyun Lee, up next.
처리해 경례. 준비 시작. 바로 처리해 경례. Thank you.
right, so I am looking through my fancy spreadsheet with fun facts about all of our students. Can't seem to find anything on Hyun as of now, but will say that as a note, I think the, what's it called? Current guidelines for uniforms, by the way, might be a nice fun fact to mention. For those of you who are watching for the first time, we are recommending that all students wear dobok or their Taekwondo uniforms for these competitions. But during these times of quarantining or like learning remote throughout this academic year, it might not be possible for some students to get their hands on a uniform. So some students may be performing in, as we could see, athlete attire, and that's totally okay during these times. But just a fun fact or a quick note for those of you who are watching and spectators. So we have Hyun's scores. Sorry about that. Accuracy score 1.47, presentation 3.10, total of 4.57. Thank you very much. All right, and last but not least, we have our last set of competitors for this match, which is up next. We have Julia Smith from Michigan A1.
Sorry about that. 차렷, 경례, 준비, 시작. 바로. 차렷, 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Julia Smith from University of Michigan. And as a note, once again, for anyone joining in just now, any adjustments that are needed to be made during the Poomsae performance. So if athletes are running out of space to make their next movement in their Poomsae, any adjustments necessary to make that space to do their next move will not be penalized. So some fun facts that we'll be sharing as the day goes on for those of you who are jumping in and watching for the first time. And Julia's accuracy score has come in as 2.17 and presentation score of 3.5 with a total of 5.67. All right, we are moving on to our last competitor for this match with full 3-person teams for each of these schools that we have for this match right now. And our last competitor for this match is Jesse from Northeastern.
차렷, 경례. 준비, 시작. 차렷. 끝내. Thank you.
All right, and that was Jessie Wang from Northeastern, a class of 2024, majoring in business and design combined. Really interesting. All right, and she says her favorite class in school is design, context, process, and systems. Really interesting classes that all these schools are offering across the board. And also, I am seeing that like some students are filling out the fun fact sheet as the day goes on. Thank you so much for doing that. Please do if you realize that you haven't filled it out yet, so that I can talk about you. All right, and Jessie has an accuracy score of 2.6 and a presentation score of 3.73 with a total of 6.33. Right, and let's take a look at the final results for this match. All right, this was a close one. So we had 2 wins for Michigan A1 and 1 win for Northeastern A2. So moving on to the round of 16 will be Michigan A1. Congratulations to Michigan A1 and great job to Northeastern A2. Congratulations all athletes. All right, moving right along on our bracket. We are moving on to match number 106, Vermont A1 versus Cornell A2. Let's take a look at the athletes list for this match. All right, so we have a two-person team against a 3-person team. Vermont A1, Katie versus Cornell A2, Neil will be our first round of competitors going up against each other, with Katie from Vermont going first. See if Katie is ready to go. Yep, looks like they're ready to go. Handing it off to the judges.
차렷. 끝내. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 끝내. Thank you.
All right, that was Katie from University of Michigan, class of 2023, majoring in mechanical engineering. Right, and it seems that UVM is also being able to offer some large spaces for athletes to perform their Poomsae today, so that is great. And also University of Vermont has been hosting tournaments for ECTC for many years as well, so that was great to see a little bit of campus, or I'm assuming it's campus, and that's not a personal gym. Let's see how that goes. All right, and Katie has an accuracy score of 2.63 and a presentation score of 3.8 with total of 6.43. Okay, moving on to our next competitor from Cornell A2 is Neil.
차렷. 끝내. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리했 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Neil from Cornell, who has specified that he is a PhD student studying physics at Cornell. And I wanted to just point out that the lighting from the windows in that space just now was phenomenal. And I was kind of taken away, just mesmerized by that lighting. So kind of had to catch myself and make sure that I was emceeing. All right, and we have our accuracy score of 2.43 and presentation score of 3.6 with a total of 6.03 for Neil for this round. Awesome job. We are moving on to our next round of competitors for this match. Up next, okay, our match sheet, it's going to be skipped. Up next, we have Emma Murphy for University of Vermont.
경례. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리했 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Emma from University of Vermont. And for those of you who are tuning in for the first time today, again, we just wanted to give you a breakdown that Poomsae scores are out of a total of 10 points with an accurate total of 4 points for accuracy and 6 points for presentation. And as we can see here, Emma has an accuracy score of 2.53 and presentation score of 3.63 for a total of 6.17. Okay, moving on to our next competitor from Cornell A2. We have Divya Iyer from Cornell on deck. Camera is ready to go. All right, take it away.
처리했 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로 처리했 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was deep. Oh, we already have accuracy scores coming in for Divya for 2.03 and a presentation score 3.33 for a total of 5.37 for Divya. That's speed judging right there. Thank you very much. And now we will move on. Oh, right. So we have a 2-person team for Vermont A1 and 3-person team for Cornell A2, which means that we still have Dario's performance to what's it called? Make or break this the results for this match. So up next is Cornell A2 Dario.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 경례. Thank you.
All right, that was Dario from Cornell, class of 2022, majoring in physics and computer science. And Dario's favorite class in school is quantum mechanics. His least favorite class is medieval culture. Very big gap there. I'm kind of interested in what that medieval culture class offers. All right, so Dario has an accuracy score of 2.83 and a presentation score of 3.83 with a total of 6.67. And moving back to the match results sheet, I apologize for my comment earlier. So Vermont A1 has won both of their rounds or both of their matchups in this round of 32, match 106. So Vermont A1 will be moving on to round of 16 since they have won both of their matches in their 2-person team. Sorry for the confusion earlier. Vermont A1 will be moving on to round of 16. Great job, Cornell A2. Congratulations to all competitors. All right, moving back to the bracket, we will now be moving on to match number 107, Columbia A1 versus Rutgers A1. And we see Columbia has a 1-person team, and Jeremy will be going up against Rutgers, Abraham from Rutgers.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로 샷 제레 끈이
All right, that was Jeremy Saul from Columbia, a class of 2024. So he's a newly minted freshman, his first year at Columbia. And he says, outside of Taekwondo, his hobbies are reading, trying new foods, and hanging out with friends. Definitely can relate there. And Jeremy's accuracy score is 3.10 and presentation score of 4.17 with a total of 7.27. Great job. And we will be moving back to our matchups. So Columbia A1 has a one-person team. So we will be, Rutgers A1 will be automatically moving on to round of 16, but we will up next have Abraham from Rutgers performing for his team whenever you're ready.
제레 끈이 준비 시작 바로 샷 제레 끈이
All right, that was Abraham Chang from Rutgers, class of 2021 students. So graduating this year, we see majoring in exercise science and acting out upon it. We see, and it's really heartwarming to see some students performing in their various dojongs that they are have or are currently training in. So that's also a great way to see everyone's interaction with their community and their Taekwondo training, right? And Abraham has an accuracy score of 2.87, presentation score of 3.9 with a total of 6.77. Right, and as we explained earlier, the remaining competitors from Rutgers A1 have the opportunity or have the option to perform their Poomsae, to have judges, look at their Poomsae and give them their scores as well. So Jaewoo Lee from Rutgers A1, you're ready to go as well. All right, awesome. So we now have Jaewoo competing with Koryo.
제레 끈이 준비 시작 바로 샷 제레 끈이
All right, that was Jae-woo from Rutgers class of 2022, majoring in sports management. So many of these sports related or science related majors I see, really interesting. And Jae-woo also says his hobbies outside of Taekwondo include tricking and eating good food. There's a lot of people interested in tricking recently, or parkour, I see. Awesome job. All right. And Jae-woo's accuracy score is 2.93 and presentation score of 4.03 with a total of 6.97. And we are moving on to our last competitor from Rutgers A1. We have Sylvia.
Juliet. Kunye. Jubi. 시작. 바로. 샷. 제레 kunye.
All right, that was Sylvia from Rutgers class of 2022, majoring in supply chain management. She says her favorite class in school has been strategic management. And her least favorite is management science. Interestingly, they sound pretty similar to me, but I'm sure the contents were very different. All right. And Sylvia has an accuracy score of 3.07, presentation score of 4.03 with a total of 7.1. And looking back at our match results, we saw it earlier. So Columbia A1 has a one-person team. So Rutgers A1 will be moving on to round of 16. But congratulations to Rutgers A1 and great job and great performance to Columbia A1 for match 107. Great job to all athletes. Okay, and we are done with the round of 32, I believe, and we'll be moving on to round of 16. Are we doing match number 108? It seems that we are. Sorry about that. All right, sorry, we had more on the brackets. I forgot about the right side of this bracket. Great job to myself. All right, so we are moving on to match number 108. Rutgers A2 versus University of Washington A1. But we do not have all of the competitors yet because we are ahead of schedule, which is great news. Excuse me for that. So we will be taking a short break before resuming with match number 108. So no need to rush for those of you who are are preparing for match numbers 108 through 110. We will be back in about 5 minutes. Or wait, no, hold on. We're discussing when we are coming back. But for athletes, once again, if you're on deck to compete for matches numbers 108 through 110, please do start signing in to Zoom Ring 1 so that we can be ready to go right away. Once we are going to be resuming. All right, so I have gotten confirmation that we will be resuming at 1:15 p.m., sticking right on schedule as announced. So to all competitors and to all referees and TC members, Zoom operators, we will be resuming at 1:15 p.m. after a short lunch break and getting a nice stretch in. And athletes, again, please make sure to sign in at least 10 minutes before your start time to make sure that you are all ready to go on Zoom. And when you do sign in, please make sure to have your school name and your team and your last names as your Zoom name when you sign in so that we know that you're there and all set and ready to go. Thank you, everyone. And we will see you again in 20 minutes at 1:15 p.m. All right, competitors, we are back live at ring 3. No, ring 3, God. Ring 1 for A team Poomsae competition. I can't speak. All right, we are starting this match with match block with some reminders about competing live online. So please turn off your video and microphone until you are called on. All right, competitors, we are back live at ring 3. No, ring 3, God. Ring 1. Was that me? I'm sorry. Okay, we are back. Oh my gosh. All right. And number 2, sorry about that, everybody. Was trying to figure out my audio setup. All right. And second reminder, or first, okay, going back to the first reminder, please turn your video and microphone off until you are called on deck. And set your Zoom name to your school and a team number, and also your last names, so that we can make sure to have that all of you are here and ready to go, and so that we can call you up when it is your turn. And please do not have any virtual backgrounds and any effects that you might, background effects that you might have when you are going. So no virtual backgrounds on Zoom. And also, as a reminder for all competitors and judges, that restarting due to any technical difficulties will not be penalized. So if there's any glitching or lagging that's going on that makes it hard for the judges to give your Poomsae a score, we may ask you to restart your Poomsae from the beginning, but that will not be penalized, and there will be no deductions to your score in that case. And please make sure to stay in frame during your Poomsae performance. If you go off frame and we are not able to see a portion of your block or kick or whatever move that you need to do, that will be a deduction. So please make sure to stay in frame in your video frame during the entirety of your performance. And last but not least, please make sure to try to turn off any other internet-enabled devices in your space, so that you can have the strongest connection devoted to Zoom, so that we can make sure to have a strong connection throughout your performance, and that we can see and hear your performance 100%. All right, and we are going to move on to looking at the bracket. So match number 108 is coming up with Rutgers A2 versus University of Washington A1. But before we do so, I just want to remind everybody who's joining in for the first time again of introducing our lovely referees and judges who are judging everybody's Poomsae today. So if we can have our judges turn on our cameras, and our lovely Zoom operator, Manuel, can stop sharing screen and maybe turn it to gallery view. That would be amazing. Figuring this out. Is gallery view a thing that you can do, Manuel? Maybe, maybe not. It is in gallery. All right, we'll see how this goes. It might just be for me. All right, so again, we are going to go through judges' names. So in order of showing on my screen is Judge Mark. Mark from, oh, I already mentioned who everybody is from. So I'm going to say some fun facts about each judge. Okay, Judge Mark Georgianis is he enjoys reading and writing outside of Taekwondo. And Judge Jocelyn Carrier enjoys golf, running, and tennis. And Judge Nira Daftari enjoys sailing, salsa dancing, hiking, brewing, cooking, and gaming. Multi-hobbies right there. And Judge Danielle Desmarais enjoys golf and traveling. And Judge Jantrick enjoys hiking, biking, Peloton, skiing, and has just started to learn to play violin last May. So it's a new quarantine hobby, I think. And last but not least, we have Judge Tuan Nguyen, who lists animals as her hobby. So she loves cats, dogs, squirrels, birds, rabbits, and many other animals there. So as our lovely judges who are volunteering throughout the day to judge everybody's Poomsae. So thank you again for joining us. And we will be moving on to our athletes, competitors' Poomsae performances for the next block of matches. So again, match number 108, Rutgers A2 and University of Washington A1 will be going up against each other. And if we can take a look at our match sheet to check the athletes' names and lineups for match 108, we will have Bailey from Rutgers against Jeremy from University of Washington in this first round. And if Bailey and from Rutgers A2 is ready to go, with their cameras. Everyone's still getting set up a little bit here. Okay, we're ready to go. Passing it off to Bailey.
차례. 그녀의 준비. 시작. 바로. 자. 차례. 그녀.
All right, that was Bailey from Rutgers A2. Bailey is a class of 2025 student majoring in music performance and education. Very awesome and interesting combination. And speed judging coming in right away. All right, Bailey has an accuracy score of 3.03, presentation score of 4.03 with a total of 7.007 to kick off this block of matches. Awesome job. We are moving on to our next competitor, Jeremy from University of Washington.
This is Jeremy from University of Washington. We have trouble turning on our video.
차례. 그녀의 준비. 시작. Cere, Günye.
All right, so that was Jeremy from University of Washington performing choreo. I don't think I see Jeremy's name in the list of fun facts for our tournament athletes Q&A, but I might just be bad at searching my Google Sheets. But as a reminder to all athletes, if you weren't able to fill out the survey in time for today, we're still really welcoming you to fill out the survey so that I can talk about fun facts about you as the day goes on. All right, so Jeremy has an accuracy score of 2.93 and a presentation score of 3.93 with a total of 6.87. And performing choreo in the rain, I think we saw, so awesome job there. All right, moving on to our next competitor. It's Matthew from Rutgers A2.
Cere. Günye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Cere, Günye.
All right, that was Matthew from Rutgers class of 2022, majoring in material science and engineering. Another engineer we have here in our Taekwondo roster of athletes, and Matthew says his favorite class is calculus and least favorite is materials processing. All right, and Matthew has an accuracy score 2.73, presentation score 3.87 for a total of 6.6. Great job, Matthew. And we are moving on to our next competitor from University of Washington. Looking at the athletes list, we have Caitlin from University of Washington as our next competitor.
Cere. Günye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Cere, Günye. Thank you.
All right, that was Caitlin from University of Washington, class of 2023, majoring in bioengineering. And we have our quick judges coming in with their scores with an accuracy score 2.73, presentation score 3.87 with a total of 6.6. Great job, Caitlin. And our last competitor for this block, I believe, yes, that's correct. All right, we have Malin from Rutgers A2 as our last competitor for this block. Not this block, this match 108. All right, Malin is up next.
I believe because I accidentally turned yes, thank you.
그래. 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래. 그녀.
All right, that was Malin from Rutgers, a class of 2023, majoring in Chinese and computer science. So a double major, I'm assuming. And one fun memory that Malin has about Taekwondo is Zoom calls until 3 a.m. Kind of want to ask about what they were talking about, but we see Malin has an accuracy score of 2.73, presentation score of 3.97 for a total of 6.7. All right, and we'll take a look at the results for this match. All right, and as we see, Rutgers A2 has won all three of their matches, including the one with what's it called? Opponent for UWash having two-person team. So Rutgers A2 will be moving on to round of 16. Congratulations to Rutgers A2 and great job, University of Washington A1 competitors as well. Awesome job, all athletes. And moving on to our next match in this bracket, match number 109 is West Point A1 versus MIT A2. All right, let's take a look at the athletes lineup for match 109. Don't know if it's my screen. There we go. Thank you so much, Manuel. And West Point A1, Jaewoong versus MIT A2, Sam will be the first round of athletes to compete in match number 109. Let's see if our first competitor is ready to go for West Point A1. Still getting a little bit settled in. We have full 3-people teams for both schools. So this will be going head to head all out. All right. And up first is West Point.
셋, 기내, 준비, 시작. Auto. Chill.
All right, that was Jae-woong from West Point. Not sure which class. Yes, this is a blank. I might have accidentally deleted that, but West Point majoring in organizational psychology and leadership. And in the fun facts portion, Jae-woong says his birthday was on March 18, 2 days ago. So happy birthday to Jae-woong. And let's take a look at your scores. Jae-woong's accuracy score is 3.27, with presentation score 4.3 for a total of 7.57. All right, and moving on to our next competitor, MIT A2 is Sam Kim.
Ready? Q&A. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
Okay, and that was Sam Kim from MIT. That says here that Sam is a fourth-year PhD student at MIT, studying EECS, which I can kind of think maybe it's electrical engineering. No, I'm not going to butcher it and make things up. Something that has to do with science, I'm assuming. All right, and Sam's accuracy score is, MIT students are going to kill me, 2.67, and presentation score 3.8, the total score of 6.47. All right, and moving on to our next competitor. From West Point, we have Justin Marr, up and ready to go.
준비. Q&A. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, that was Justin from West Point, class of 2024, majoring in computer science. And Justin says his favorite class at school is economics and his least favorite is English. I think many people can kind of relate to that. And Justin's accuracy score has come out to 2.8 and presentation score of 4.00 with a total of 6.80. Great job. Moving on to our next competitor from MIT A2 is Claire Kim.
Choi, Hyunhye, 준비, 시작. 바로 쉬어.
All right, that was Claire from MIT. Didn't see any responses from Claire on the fun fact sheet, but I did want to point out it's always really lovely to see the MIT engineers mascot painted onto the walls. Reminds me of the tournaments being held at the MIT gym and the ginormous engineers mascot there. All right, and Claire's accuracy score is 2.67. The presentation score is 3.73. It's a total of 6.40. All right, moving on to third competitor from West Point is Esther Khan.
Choi, Hyunhye, 준비, 시작. 바로 쉬어.
All right, that was Esther from West Point, class of 2022, majoring in data science. It's just the last competitor of a three-person team for West Point A1. And we see Esther's accuracy score has come out to 2.93, presentation score 3.90, with a total score of 6.8383. All right, and last but not least, our final competitor for this match, 109, will be Akila Saravanan from MIT A2.
Choi, Hyunhye, 준비, 시작. 바로 쇼
All right, that was Akila from MIT, class of 2023. Akila is double majoring in aero, astro, and computer science. Very cool. And some fun memories Akila has about Taekwondo is getting up at 3 a.m. to compete at tournaments with the team. There's a lot of 3 a.m. happenings going on related to Taekwondo, I see. A lot of traveling, a lot of Zoom calls at 3 a.m. You see, and Akila's accuracy score is 2.47 and presentation score 3.60, the total of 6.07. All right, let's take a look at the final results for match number 109. So West Point A1 has won all 3 rounds for their 3-person team lineup for this match. So West Point A1 will be moving on to the round of 16. Congratulations to West Point A1 and a really great job to MIT A2 in all of your spaces. And very congratulations to all athletes in this round. And congratulations, West Point A1. We'll see you in round of 16. All right, let's take a look at the bracket once again to see which match we have next for this round of 32. Continuing on to match number 110, Northeastern A3 versus Princeton A2. All right, let's take a look at the athletes lineup for match number 110. Okay, so this will be a 1-person team versus 2-person team. And Jonathan from Northeastern A3 will be going up against Elise Kim from Princeton A2 for this round. And as a note, Audrey, you will also have the chance to compete to get your Poomsae score. So please be prepared to go. Please be prepared to go after Elise. Right, let's see if Jonathan is ready to go as we are getting started with match number 110. All right, Jonathan, you are up and ready. Take it away.
소리 기대 준비 시작 바로 쇼
All right, that was Jonathan from Northeastern University, class of 2022, majoring in computer engineering. The Northeastern team is really giving us a great view of their school with that glass wall and people passing by. I love the activity going on live behind all the performances. All right, and Jonathan has an accuracy score of 2.27 and presentation score of 3.5 with a total of 5.77. And we will be moving on to our next competitor from Princeton A2. It will be Elise Kim.
소리 기대 준비 시작. 바로 쉬어.
All right, that was Elise from Princeton competing as a reminder for those of you who are jumping in and viewing the Poomsae performances for the first time. As a reminder, for any adjustments that are needed to be made during the Poomsae performance to adjust for space will not be penalized. So little extra steps or shuffles needed to back up to create space to perform the next move will not be penalized. So fun fact about this Poomsae tournament this time around. All right, Elise has an accuracy score of 2.23 and a presentation score of 3.60 with a total of 5.83. All right, back to our athletes lineup. So because Northeastern A3 has a one-person team, we will have Audrey from Princeton A2 going up next to perform her Poomsae to wrap up this match. If Audrey is ready to go, he's ready to go. All right, great job. Take it away.
차렷. 기내. 준비. 시작. 바로 쉬어.
All right, that was Audrey from Princeton A2. And this is like a note to Elise and Audrey from Princeton. If you want to fill out that fun fact sheet about anything that you want to fill in about your Taekwondo experiences and whatnot in a questionnaire, please do so that I can talk about you. But otherwise, thank you so much for making the most of your spaces in your classrooms around campus. And we see Audrey's scores coming in with an accuracy score of 1.27 and presentation score of 3.13, the total of 4.40. And let's take a look at the final results for this match. All right, so we have Princeton A2 winning both matches for this round. So we will have Princeton A2 moving on to round of 16. Congratulations, Princeton A2, and great job to Northeastern A3. And congratulations again to all athletes for a wonderful job well done during these times. And as a note to everybody, when we take a look back at the bracket, we will be having a short break before we move on to our next round of matches, numbers 111 through 113. So we will be resuming as scheduled at 2 p.m. So it's a short break, but we'll have a 2-minute break for everybody. And athletes who are scheduled to go for matches numbers 111 through 113, please make sure that you're signed in the Zoom and ready to go. All right, see everybody at 2 p.m. All right, after that very short break, since we are starting up a new block, we're going to quickly go over some technical reminders for those of you who are just signing in. So again, a reminder to athletes who are signing in now, please make sure to turn off your video and microphone until you are called on deck. And set your Zoom name to your school and team number and your competitor name or names if you have several athletes signed in on a single device. Please make sure to turn off all virtual backgrounds or any effects that you might have for your Zoom camera. Make sure there are no backgrounds or additional effects going on so that we can focus on your Poomsae. Any restarting due to technical difficulties like audio or visual lagging, glitching, will not be penalized. So judges will let you know if they have any trouble seeing your Poomsae performance due to technical difficulties. So in that case, we will ask you to restart, but they will not be penalized, so please don't worry. But please make sure to stay in frame during your Poomsae, and that all moves are shown on screen and that nothing is going off frame, because anything that goes off frame will be penalized and will be a deduction in your Poomsae score. And lastly, please make sure to turn off all any other internet enabled devices that might be going on in your area, just to make sure that we can have a strong connection. And let's try to keep the technical difficulties to a minimum. All right, and now let's go on to the bracket again to check which matches are going on up next. So we have match number 111, Cornell A3 against Dartmouth A1 for match number 111. But before we move on to actual Poomsae performances for match 111, Once again, I would like to introduce our wonderful judges who will be judging the Poomsae performances today. All right, so in gallery view, we have, again, in order of the list on my Zoom screen, we have Judge Mark Zero Giannis, who says one of his fun memories he has about Taekwondo is working in the 1993 World Taekwondo Championships at Madison Square Garden. Amazing. And we have Judge Jan Trigg, who says a fun memory she has about Taekwondo is the tournaments, especially the live ones. And the ECT tournaments are so well run and they have such good energy. So she misses that very much. And next up is Judge Nirav. Let me see, Nirav Daftari, who says some fun memories he has about Taekwondo is hanging out with all of his Taekwondo friends, the referees, and the tournament committee members, and learning new Taekwondo techniques from them. All right, and we have referee Jocelyn Carriere, says her fun memory is participating in several recreational combat competitions with her 2 children. She says when it was her turn to fight, she waited for her kids to cheer her on and give her tips, and it was amazing. That's really wonderful memories for her. And we have Judge Danielle Demarais, who says, ooh, fun fact memory. Oh, okay, that's a blank, but I'm sure he has many fun memories about Taekwondo that maybe he'll get to share in the future. But again, his hobbies outside of Taekwondo are golf and traveling. Okay, and last but not least, Judge Twa Nguyen says fun memories about Taekwondo is going to 2016 Poomsae World Championships and taking the Taekwondo Masters course and staying in the dorms there, and all the great training sessions with her female team. All right, thank you so much for sharing, for judges. And again, thank you for your time today and joining us and judging for the athletes' Poomsae performances today. Okay, moving on now to the Poomsae. So once again, match number 111, Cornell A3 versus Dartmouth A1. And the first athlete to go for Cornell A1 is Andrew Bliss from Cornell.
Juliet. Kunye. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 트랙네.
All right, that was Andrew from Cornell class of 2024. He is majoring in biomedical engineering. So he's already decided his major. That's really great. And some of Andrew's hobbies outside of Taekwondo include playing the saxophone and piano. So we have a musician here, really awesome. Right, and Andrew's scores are coming in. So Andrew's accuracy score is 2.03 with a presentation score 3.43 for a total of 5.47. All right, moving on to our next competitor, we have Benjamin from Dartmouth.
주리. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 드리 그녀.
All right, that was Benjamin from Dartmouth, class of 2024. Benjamin is majoring in chemistry, and some of his hobbies outside of Taekwondo include reading. And he was obviously doing a great job of avoiding running into tables and obstacles in his space there. So great job, everyone, utilizing your spaces. And Benjamin has an accuracy score of 1.23, presentation score of 3.07, with a total score of 4.30. All right, moving on to our next competitor, Cornell. From Cornell is Lauren Carmichael. Lauren, take it away.
슈렛. 기내. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, that was Lauren from Cornell, class of 2023, majoring in biological engineering. So Andrew was majoring in biomedical engineering, and Lauren is majoring in biological engineering. And a fun fact about Lauren, or fun memory that Lauren has about Taekwondo, is that she lived on Jeju Island in Korea for a year to train in Taekwondo. Really interesting. All right, and Lauren's accuracy score is 2.03, the presentation score of 3.37, for a total score of 5.40. All right, and let's take a look at the final results for this match. So Cornell A3 will be moving on with 2 wins for their 2-person team to round of 16. So congratulations, Cornell A3, and great job to Dartmouth A1. Congratulations to all athletes, and job well done. And we'll see you in match round of 16, Cornell. All right, moving on to our next match, number 112 is Cortland A1 versus MIT A3. Let's take a look up at the athlete lineup. So Cortland A1, Michael versus MIT A3. Peter will be the first 2 competitors to go for this match. Up first is Michael from Cortland.
드리 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 바로. 샷. 샷. 쉐리. 균이.
Okay, that was Michael from SUNY Cortland class of 2021. His major is exercise science. It's a lot of exercising and science majors coming in here. So Michael has an accuracy score of 2.4, presentation score 3.7, for a total of 6.10. All right, moving on to our next competitor. From MIT A3 is Peter.
주릿. 균이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 쉐리. 균이.
All right, that was Peter from MIT. And for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, we are kicking off these round of 32 matches, not matches, Poomsae performances with the Poomsae called Koryo. And we'll be moving on to Kumgang in the round of quarterfinals and beyond. And Peter has an accuracy score of 2.6, presentation score of 3.7, with a total score of 6.3. Moving on to the match lineup. So next we have Tyler from SUNY Cortland on deck.
주릿. 균이. 준비. 시작. 그래.
All right, that was Tyler from SUNY Cortland. Some more fun facts about the Poomsae scoring for those of you who are tuning in for the first time. Presentation score, which some of you might be wondering what it is based on, is judged based on 3 categories worth 2 points each for a total score of 6 points possible. And I'll talk more about what those categories are at a later time. So Tyler's accuracy score is 3.03. Presentation score is 4.00 for a total score of 7.03. All right, and moving on to our next competitor from MIT A3 is Dana Hua.
그래. 그래. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 잘했구네.
All right, that was Dana from MIT class of 2024, majoring in computation and cognition. Awesome. So about those 3 categories that I was talking about for the presentation score, they are power and speed, and also rhythm and flow, and finally expression of ki or spirit. So those are what the presentation scores are based on. So Dana has an accuracy score of 2.53 and the presentation score 3.67 for a total of 6.20. Okay, moving on to our last competitor for this match, which is from MIT A3. Again, so we will have Aaron from MIT performing for the last lineup for this match.
그래. 그래. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 잘했구네.
All right, that was Aaron from MIT class of, he says 2021.5. So I'm assuming that is May. And he's majoring in electrical engineering and computer science. And he says his favorite class is circuits and electronics, and least favorite is differential equations. Ooh, all right. And Aaron's accuracy score is 2.43. The presentation score is 3.50 for a total of 5.93. All right, let's take a look at the final results for this match. So you can see here, MIT A3 has won 2 out of the 3 matches for this match number 112. MIT A3 will be moving on to round of 16. Congratulations, MIT A3, and great job, Cortland A1. Great job to all athletes for this round, for this match. And we will see you in round of 16, MIT A3. Okay, so we are moving on to match number 113, Rutgers A4 versus West Point A2. Let's take a look at the lineup of athletes. So Rutgers A4 has a 2-person team and West Point A2 has a 3-person team. Up first will be Samantha from Rutgers A4. Followed by Christopher from West Point A2. All right, let's see, Samantha is ready to go. So passing it on to Samantha.
Juliet. Kine. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, that was Samantha from Rutgers, class of 2023, majoring in biology. She says her favorite class at school is physics lab and her least favorite is organic chemistry, another orgo, listed as least favorite. So, all right, Samantha has an accuracy score of 2.50 and presentation score of 3.47 with a total score of 5.97. Great job. Moving on to our next competitor, West Point A2. We have Christopher up next.
제. 기내. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, that was Christopher from West Point class of 2023. Christopher's majoring in military history. He says his favorite class is philosophy and his least favorite is statistics. And I am flashing back to when I took statistics as an undergrad. Anyway, Christopher has an accuracy score of 2.70, presentation score of 3.87 with a total of 6.53. Oh, 57, I cannot read. Okay, moving on to our next competitor. From Rutgers is Kylie.
셋, 기대. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, that was Kylie from Rutgers, class of 2022. And Kylie is majoring in chemical engineering, and she says her least favorite class is organic chemistry. And I think that is at least the third person who has mentioned Orgo as their least favorite class. So congratulations, organic chemistry, I guess. All right, Kylie has an accuracy score of 2.83, presentation score of 3.63 with a total of 6.47. All right, moving on to our next competitor. We have Benjamin from West Point A2 up next.
셋, 기대. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛.
All right, that was Benjamin from West Point class of 2023. And Benjamin is majoring in psychology. He's a fun memory that Benjamin has on about Taekwondo is breaking a board on his head for his black belt testing. That must have been quite exciting to see. All right, and Benjamin has an accuracy score of 2.17 and presentation score of 3.50 with a total score of 5.67. Thank you, Manuel. All right, and let's take a look at the match sheet. Okay, so we have Chris from West Point A2 as our last competitor for this match. All right.
Set. Kirie. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉬어.
All right, that was Chris from West Point, class of 2022, majoring in American politics. He says his current favorite class in school is strategy and policy, or defense and strategic studies, and his least favorite is any math-related class. I can personally kind of relate. All right, and Chris's accuracy score is 2.47 with a presentation score of 3.57, the total coming out to 6.03. And that wraps up all of the Poomsae performances for match number 113. So let's take a look at the final results. So we have 2 wins for West Point A2 and 1 win for Rutgers A4. So West Point A2 will be moving on to the round of 16. Congratulations, West Point A2. Great job to Rutgers A4. And congratulations again to all athletes. And we will see you in round of 16, West Point A2. Okay, and that wraps up all of the round of 32 matches, I believe. So we will be taking a break, I believe. Yes. All right. So we'll be moving on to round of 16 after a short break. But just to take a quick look at the bracket before we go on our break. So we'll be moving on to round of 16, matches numbers 114 through 117. And first match 114 will be MIT A1 against Rutgers A5. So athletes, please be prepared to start with match number 114. We will be returning at 3:15 p.m. Eastern time. So that will give us about a 40-minute break. So please make good use of that, but also please make sure that you're logged in and ready to go 10 minutes before starting time, athletes. So again, we'll be back at 3:15 and see everybody then. Thank you for joining so far and for supporting athletes who are performing. And thank you for judges and TC members for carrying through this day so far. All right, ring one. We are back live for 18 matches, numbers 114 through 117. Before we jump right into the matches, though, I would like to take a moment to reintroduce our wonderful referees who have been judging the athletes Poomsae throughout the day. And we've also had a little bit of switching out of a few judges during our lunch break. So just wanted to make sure that we reintroduce everybody as we go through the next block of matches. So we have, and I believe we have on gallery view, we have once again referee Jan Trigg, and a fun fact, sharing more fun facts about our judges. So I'm going to move on to, let's see, an interesting fact about each judge. So one interesting fact about Judge Trigg is she moved to Michigan to train for Taekwondo with her pairs Poomsae partner, Master Southwick, and Coach Sarah Levan. Very interesting. And next is Judge Danielle Desmarais. Fun fact about Judge Danielle. He says, so fun stories will tell when we get together in presence of my attorney. So that's a little bit of ominous nudge. Very much looking forward to that. Thank you. All right, we have some very badass judges online here today. Moving on to Judge Referee Jocelyn Carrier. Another interesting fact. We'll be revisiting her fun fact that we shared in the last blog, that she has participated in several recreational combat competitions with her children. So that I'm sure that's a fun sight to see for all. And moving on to Judge Mark Zirgiani. Fun fact about Judge Mark is he has been the editor-in-chief for Taekwondo Life magazine since 2016. Really awesome. And Judge Tuan Nguyen is left-handed and can drive both manual and automatic cars. Again, very badass. And she eats a donut a day as a routine. Actually, Judge is not signed on yet, quite maybe. Okay. And last but not least, we have Judge Referee Audrey Crawford joining in from this block of matches onward. Judge Referee Audrey, would you like to share a fun fact about yourself? Or no? Okay. She is a referee in many international competitions throughout this Zoom year. So that's a really wonderful fact about Referee Crawford right there. So thank you very much again for joining us today. And we will now like to move on to our athletes and Poomsae performances. And also shout out to the TC tournament committee members who are running this Zoom ring right here. We'll be shouting out names throughout the day as we go. All right, now we'll be moving on to our round of 16 for A team. Match number 114 will be MIT A1 against Rutgers A5. Let's take a look at the athletes lineup. So MIT A1 will be starting off with Elizabeth Zhao and Rutgers A5 with Thomas Loy. So if MIT A1 Elizabeth is ready to go, we would like to hand off the camera for Elizabeth's Poomsae of Koryo. Think we are still getting settled in, and also MIT is sharing a camera with several of their teams, if I understand correctly. So there's gonna be a little bit of adjustment there, but I think Elizabeth is ready to go. All right, handing it off.
그래. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로 샷 저리 그니
All right, that was Elizabeth from MIT. And as a reminder to all athletes, if you haven't filled out the fun fact questionnaire sent out by the tournament committee, please do so even as the day goes by, if you have time though. Of course, please focus on your Poomsae and your warming up. But if you do have the time, we would love to share some fun facts about you as the day goes on. So for those of you who are just joining it in, we're just checking in on some technical issues. I think we are all good. All right, so for those of you who are joining in the live stream for the first time today, just to clarify a few fun facts about this tournament. This division is A team or black belt only division, and competitors will be competing in teams rather than just on an individual basis. So schools are allowed to form teams of from 1 to 3 members per team, and we'll be going up against each other up until the round of 16. 8-team Poomsae will be choreo. And as we see here, scores are based on accuracy and presentation. The total of 10 points, and accuracy can be up to a total of 4 points. Presentation scores can be up to a total of 6 points. And again, it's out of a total of 6 points. And everything is being live scored with 5 judges in the background as they are watching each athlete perform their Poomsae. And we are now waiting for the presentation scores to come in. But Elizabeth right now has an accuracy score of 2.77. And presentation score is based off of 3 categories that are worth 2 points each for a total of 6 points. And the categories are power and speed, rhythm and flow, and finally expression of ki or spirit. And we see Elizabeth's presentation score is 4.03. So the total score for her choreo performance is coming out to 6.8. All right, thank you very much for kicking off this round of 16 block of matches. We will now move on to our next competitor from Rutgers A5. This will be Thomas from Rutgers A5.
저리 그니 준비 시작 바로 샷 저리 그니
Right, that was Thomas from Rutgers, class of 2021, majoring in electrical engineering. And he says class of 2021, so he will be graduating this year. Some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Thomas. He's written down target kart riding which I interpreted as riding the shopping carts at the Target stores, but I don't know if that's the correct interpretation for that, but that sounds awesome. All right, and we have the accuracy and presentation scores coming in, and we have an accuracy score of 2.87, presentation score of 3.80, for a total score of 6.67 for Thomas. Great job, and moving on to our next competitor. Next up, we have from MIT A1, we have Kevin Zhang.
Juliet. 준비. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 지뢰 끈예.
All right, and that was Kevin from MIT. Another fun fact about Poomsae for anybody who might be new to watching all of this. So the shout, or like the shout or noise that, or the emitting of the loud voice that you could hear during the Poomsae performance is called a key-up, and is actually a part of the Poomsae performance, and is a very, very integral part of performing these Poomsae motions or actions, and is actually very critical in scoring as well, because it is a big part of power and expression of ki. And for those athletes who are wearing masks, definitely need to amp up that expression of ki, to shout out and express that ki up. So great job to all the athletes out there who are wearing masks and doing these performances. And Kevin has an accuracy score 3.23, presentation score of 4.17, for a total of 7.40. All right, moving on to our next competitor from Rutgers A5 will be Sherwood.
지뢰. 끈예. 준비. 시작.
Hey! Hey!
바로. 샷. 지뢰 끈예.
All right, and that was Sherwood from Rutgers University, class of 2021, majoring in bioenvironmental engineering. And Sherwood also did a great job of persevering through some technical difficulties earlier today. And Sherwood's accuracy 2.5, accuracy score is coming out to 2.53, presentation score 3.67 for a total of 6.20. Right, great job, Sherwood. And moving on to our next, and I believe final competitor for this match. Yes, will be Karen Rial from MIT A1.
Juliet. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 주리꾼이.
All right, that was Karen from MIT class of 2023, majoring in data science. And Karen says some of her favorite or some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include dancing, napping, going to the dog park. Ooh, I definitely relate, and traveling. All right, and Karen's accuracy scores are coming in as 3.20, presentation score at 4.10 with a total score of 7.30. All right, let's take a look at the final results for this match. So MIT A1 has taken 3 wins for this round and will be moving on to round of 8 or quarterfinals. Yes, quarterfinals. So congratulations, MIT A1. Amazing job to Rutgers A5. Thank you very much, all athletes, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals, MIT A1. Okay, and match number 115 is a bye, so we will be skipping that. And we will be moving on to match number 116. Princeton A1 against Michigan A1. I believe all of our athletes for this match are logged in and ready to go. Let's take a look at the athlete lineup. Princeton A1, starting off with Louise, and Michigan A1, Hyung will be following up right after that. So first up, we have Louise from Princeton A1.
주리et. kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로 샷 트리크네
All right, that was Louise from Princeton, class of 2023, majoring in operation research and financial engineering. Louise says her favorite class is probability and her least favorite class is statistics. Different interpretations of numbers, I would say. All right, and Louise has an accuracy score of 2.73, presentation score of 3.60 for a total of 6.33. Moving on to our next athlete. From Michigan, A1, we have Hyung Cho.
차렷 그네 준비 시작 바로 바로 시작 바로 샷 차렷 그네
All right, that was Hyung Cho from University of Michigan, class of 2023, majoring in philosophy. As a reminder to all spectators and athletes who are watching right now, any restarting needed due to technical difficulties will not be penalized at all. So that is just needed to check in once again halfway through because of some technical difficulties, but that will not be, there will not be any deductions due to restarting. All right, and Hyung's accuracy score has come out to 2.43, presentation score of 3.63 with a total of 6.07. Great job. And moving on to our next athlete, next competitor from Princeton A1, we have Soo-Ying Jin.
차렷 그네 준비 시작 바로. 샷. 저리 균이.
All right, that was Suying from Princeton. Suying is a PhD student at Princeton studying physics, and some of her hobbies outside of Taekwondo include piano and cooking. And we are seeing the scores coming in very quickly. Suying has an accuracy score of 2.77, presentation score of 3.67, the total score of 6.43. All right, and moving on to our next competitor from University of Michigan. All right, that's one way to see it. Okay, so we have Julia Smith from Michigan, A1 up next.
저리야. 균이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 저리 균이.
All right, that was Julia from Michigan, University of Michigan performing choreo. And some more intro to Poomsae fun facts for anybody who's watching all this for the first time. We're revisiting the question, what is Poomsae once again? And Poomsae is a series of movements with attacks and blocks against imaginary opponents, and is part of the foundational movement of Taekwondo. Awesome. All right. Julia has an accuracy score of 2.37, presentation score of 3.40 with a total of 5.77. All right. Up next, our next athlete from Princeton will be Cecilia Kim.
저리. 균이. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 저리 균이.
All right, that was Cecilia from Princeton, class of 2023. One of Cecilia's favorite memories about Taekwondo is setting up and breaking down all of the tournament setups for the Princeton tournament. Yes, I thank you so much to Princeton team for hosting the last in-person tournament before all of this went virtual. Cecilia's accuracy score is 3.00, presentation score 3.83 for a total of 6.83. Our last competitor for this match will be Alicia from University of Michigan.
Juliet? Cunye. 준비? 시작! 바로 시작. 트랙 균해.
All right, that was Alicia from University of Michigan class of 2023. Some hobbies outside of Taekwondo that Alicia has include baking and playing League of Legends. All right, Alicia's accuracy score is 2.57, presentation score 3.57 for a total of 6.13. All right, let's take a look at the final results for this match. Princeton A1 takes all three of the lineups. So with 3 wins, Princeton A1 will be moving on to quarterfinals. Congratulations, Princeton A1, and great job to Michigan A1. Great job to all athletes, and see you in round of, I always say this, see you in the quarterfinals, Princeton A1. All right, let's take a look at the overall bracket so that we can see which match is up next. Up next is match number 117. Vermont A1 against Rutgers A1. Let's take a look at the athlete lineup. All right, we will have a 2-person team going up against a 3-person team. For Vermont A1, we will first have Emma going up against Rutgers A1, Jae-woo Lee. Let's see if Emma is ready to go. She's all set. Handing it over to Emma.
주릿 쿤예 준비 시작. 바로 샷.
All right, that was Emma from University of Vermont. Sorry, Emma, some judges were saying that due to the lighting, they weren't able to see a pretty big part or chunk of the movement going forward and backwards for your form. So we would like to ask for you to try to adjust where you're starting and redo if that's possible. Let's see if UVMPA or UVMA1, would you be able to turn on your camera for us? Thank you so much. Yeah, it's amazing strong sunlight coming into your gym right there, but that should probably do it. Let's see. Yes, the sun's energy can be considered a technical difficulty. So we will be restarting one more time. Thank you, Emma, for your cooperation. Thank you so much. And I will be handing it back to the judges.
차렷. 균열. 준비. 시작. 오. 샷. 차렷. 균열.
Okay, so once again, that was Emma from University of Vermont. As a note to spectators, again, any restarting of Poomsae performances due to technical difficulties or for reasons that are outside of the competitor's control, we don't penalize for that, or judges will not be deducting any points due to technical difficulties. So just as a note for anybody who is joining us for the first time, and Emma's accuracy score is coming out to 2.53. Presentation score is 3.53 with a total of 6.07. All right, moving on to our next competitor. We have Jaewoo Lee from Rutgers up next.
차렷. 균열. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 차렷. 균열.
All right, that was Jaewoo from Rutgers, class of 2022. Jaewoo's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes tricking and eating good food. I may have already read this in the earlier round of 32, but okay, all right, scores are already coming in. Accuracy score of 3.10, presentation score of 4.00 gives Jaewoo a total of 7.10. All right, moving on to our next athlete. Up next, we have Katie from University of Vermont.
주례. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 주례. 그녀.
All right, that was Katie from University of Vermont, class of 2023. Some of Katie's favorite memories about Taekwondo includes doing a bake sale fundraiser for nationals, and axe throwing with the team, and competing in person. I can definitely agree to that sentiment. Want to go back in person even one day sooner. All right, and Katie's accuracy score is 2.60 and presentation score 3.53 for a total of 6.13. All right, up next, the next competitor is, let's see who is up next. All right, Sylvia from Rutgers A1.
주례. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 주례. 그녀.
All right, that was Sylvia from Rutgers class of 2022. Sylvia's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes eating, photography, and sleeping. Like how eating and sleeping is a hobby for many students who are signing in today for this tournament. And also it's very inspiring to see so many students using so many unique spaces to be able to compete this time around in this virtual setting. All right, Sylvia's accuracy score is 3.07. Presentation score is 3.80 for a total of 6.87. All right, let's see. We have one more competitor for our 3-person team from Rutgers coming up. So it'll be double hitter for Rutgers A1. Up until quarterfinals, I believe all athletes will be performing for their full team of competitors. So we will now have Abraham up next for Rutgers.
Juliet? Kunye. 준비? 시작? 바로. 샷. 주리 kunye.
All right, that was Abraham from Rutgers, class of 2021. Abraham's hobbies outside of Taekwondo include or is calligraphy. Very cool. So many students with so many different talents across the board. Loving reading all these answers. And Abraham's favorite class in school is microbiology and least favorite is Orgo Lab. We've got another Orgo vote in there. All right, and Abraham's accuracy score has come out to 2.70. Presentation score is 3.77 for a total of 6.47. All right, we are done with all of the athletes' performances for this match. And as we can see on the board, Rutgers A1 has taken all 3 wins for this round. So Rutgers A1 will be advancing to quarterfinals. Congratulations, Rutgers A1, and great job to UVM A1. And also, thank you very much for adjusting to your strong sunlight in that in your space as you performed your Poomsae. Looked really cool. All right, congratulations to all athletes, and we'll see you in quarterfinals, Rutgers A1. All right, let's take a look at the bracket and see how far along we are going. I believe we are due for a break before we move on to the next round. Yes, our ringmaster William says that we are due for a break. So, but taking a look at the bracket for the next upcoming matches, just to review, we have match numbers 118 through match 121 coming up. So Cornell A1, Rutgers A2, please be prepared to start match number 118 when we come back, which will be in 10 minutes at 4:15 p.m. EST. All right, thank you again, all athletes and judges and TC members. We will see everyone back in 10 minutes at 4:15. All right, everyone. We are back in ring 1 for 18 matches numbers 118 through 121. Before we start the Poomsae performances from our athletes, though, we're going to go one more round of introductions for our lovely judges who have been really sticking it through on this lovely Saturday afternoon. Thank you so much again for joining us. We will go through in the order on my Zoom screen once again. I think some of our judges are also getting settled in after their break, so we'll just give them a minute, turn on their cameras. Thank you so much. So we have referee Jen Trigg. And again, I am sharing some fun facts about each referee. Referee Trigg has been learning to play the violin. She says, apologies to my neighbors, and she will be teaching her first online university class in June at Northern Michigan University. Very exciting. And next we have referee Daniel Demarais. Fun fact, let's see, again, is about hobbies of golf and travel. It's going to emphasize that he loves golfing and traveling. All right, thank you, Judge Daniel, for joining us from Canada, Quebec, Canada today. And next we have Judge Mark Girogiannis. Fun fact about Judge Mark is there's many interesting items on this list. Judge Mark's Taekwondo Life Magazine podcast was nominated for Best of Long Island and named one of the 10 podcasts not to miss in 2021 by FeedSpot. Very impressive. Gotta check this podcast out. And next is referee Jocelyn Carrier, who has again been participating in recreational combat competitions with her children and enjoys golf, running, and tennis outside of Taekwondo. Next, we have Judge Toa Nguyen, who I shared eats a donut a day in the previous vlog, but also a fun fact about Judge Nguyen. Everyone in her family does Taekwondo, but I was the last to join, and I'm the only one who still does it. Very impressive. A whole family of Taekwondoists. Last but not least, Judge Audrey Crawford joining us today, and has been refereeing for several international tournaments throughout this quarantining period. Thank you very much, everyone, all 6 of you, for joining today. And we will be kicking off our next block of matches, numbers 118 through 121. Again, a big shout out to the tournament committee members who are running this Zoom ring today. Manuel, Emily, Gabe, Tara, our tournament committee chair, Carissa, another tournament committee chair, and Master Schulte, our referee chair. And yes, and also our ringmaster, William, who is always keeping an eye out for us from above. All right, going on to match numbers 118 through 121, we will be kicking off with Cornell A1 against Rutgers A2 for match number 118. And looking at the athlete lineup, we have a full 3-person team for each team. So Cornell A1, we'll be starting off with Haley. Sorry. And Rutgers A2, we will be following up from after Haley with Malin. Right, Haley, let's see if you're ready to go. Starting this block of matches. All right, we're ready to go. Turning it over to Haley.
Juliet? Kunye? 준비? 시작! 바로 샷 제리 그니
All right, that was Haley Kim from Cornell class of 2021, majoring in biomedical engineering. And a very impressive space for Cornell team we've been seeing, and looking like a very big, kind of like a Hogwarts vibe going on there. And Haley has an accuracy score of 2.80, presentation score of 3.80, the total of 6.60. All right, moving on to our next competitor from the Rutgers team. We have Maylin up next. All right, and Maylin's got her video going. Passing it on to Maylin.
제리 그니 준비 시작 바로 샷 제리 그니
All right, that was Maylin from Rutgers class of 2023. Some fun facts about Maylin, or three interesting facts that we've had people share. Number one, I recently learned how to make tteokbokki. It's very good. And I also recently learned to make my own bubble tea. My bank account is in trouble. All right. And Maylin's accuracy score has come out to 2.70, presentation score 3.77, with a total score of 6.47. All right, and on to our next athlete. We have Taerim Yom from Cornell A1 up next.
제리 그니 준비 시작 바로 샷 제리 그니
All right, that was Tatum from Cornell University. Also great to see Teammates in the background cheering each other on. That's something that we really love to see during these virtual tournaments. And Tarim has an accuracy score of 2.70, presentation score of 3.57 for a total of 6.27. All right, moving on to the next performer from Rutgers is Bailey.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 차렷. 그녀.
All right, that was Bailey from Rutgers University, class of 2025, majoring in music performance and education. And Bailey can play the oboe, clarinet, saxophone, piano, and drums. Quite an impressive list there. And he says that he has a 4th Dan black belt and also likes pineapple on pizza. Let's see how the YouTube comments tune in on that. I also like pineapple on pizza, just to be honest. All right, Bailey has an accuracy score of 2.93, presentation score of 3.83 with a total of 6.77. All right, moving on to our next athlete. The last competitor from the Cornell A1 team will be Angela.
차렷. 그녀. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 차렷. 그녀.
All right, and that was Angela from Cornell. Let's see if I have any fun facts not being able to find. All right, and also as a reminder to all, this is a good chance for me to PR to all athletes that if you are still up for performing your Poomsae and have not filled out the athlete questionnaire, please do so I can share some fun facts about you. All right, and Angela's accuracy score is 2.80. Presentation score is 3.73 for a total of 6.53. Awesome. And moving on to our last competitor for this match, we have Matthew from Rutgers A2.
드릿 그녀 준비 시작. 바로 샷 드릿 그녀
All right, that was Matthew from Rutgers class of 2022. And Matthew is majoring in materials science and engineering, and his favorite class in school is calculus, and least favorite is materials processing. All right, and his hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes engineering clubs. Very much an engineer in there. Awesome. All right, Matthew has an accuracy score of 2.60. Presentation score 3.57 for a total of 6.17. And I believe that will be the last performance for this match. We have all competitors completed their Poomsae performances. And now, as we can see, Cornell A1 has taken 2 wins out of the 3, and Rutgers has taken 1 win, which means that Cornell A1 will be moving on to quarterfinals. Congratulations, Cornell A1, and great job, Rutgers A2. Congratulations to all athletes for an amazing job, and we'll see you in quarterfinals, Cornell A1. All right, let's take a look at the bracket. Moving on to the next match is match number 119, West Point A1 versus West Point A2. Oh my God, Princeton A2. I apologize. It is not West Point going up against each other. It's West Point A1 versus Princeton A2. All right, let's take a look at the athlete lineup. All right, so we have a 3-person team going against a 2-person team for this match. West Point A1, we have Justin going first. Princeton A2, Audrey following up after that. Let's see if Justin is ready to go from West Point team. All right, we are ready to go. Justin is up for West Point A1.
드릿 그녀 준비 시작. 바로 Juliet, 그녀의.
All right, that was Justin from West Point class of 2024, majoring in computer science. Outside of Taekwondo, Justin says his hobbies include watching K-dramas and snacking. I can relate very hard to that. All right, and Justin has an accuracy score of 2.83, the presentation score of 3.70, with a total of 6.53. All right, moving on to our next athlete. Okay, we have Audrey from Princeton A2 up next.
Juliet, 그녀의. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Juliet, 그녀의.
All right, that was Audrey from the Princeton team performing choreo. I was interested in the blackboard in the background for the entire time that the Princeton team has been performing their Poomsae today, and I saw that the chalk the writing was erased, and I'm feeling kind of sad. I don't know why. And Audrey's accuracy score is 1.13 with a presentation score of 2.83 for a total of 3.97. All right, and moving on to our next competitor. From West Point A1, we have Esther up next.
Juliet, 그녀의. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Juliet, 그녀의.
All right, that was Esther from West Point class of 2022, majoring in data science. And outside of Taekwondo, Esther enjoys playing the ukulele. Awesome, tiny guitar. All right, and Esther's accuracy score has come out to 2.97, presentation score of 3.77 for a total of 6.73. Great job. All right, moving on to our next competitor. From Princeton A2, we have Elise.
차렷, 그녀의 준비, 시작. 바로 샷, 차렷, 그녀의
All right, and that was Elise from Princeton. And I think this might be also a fun, good time to share some more fun facts about this tournament. So let's see. So for the ECTC Poomsae tournaments, we again, schools are able to submit teams of from 1 to 3 people per team, and they're actually co-ed. So it can be a mix of male or female players, which has actually never happened before in ECTC tournaments. So that's pretty exciting developments. All right, and Elise's accuracy score is coming out to 2.30 and presentation score of 3.47 with a total of 5.77. And next we have one more competitor for this match from West Point A1. We have Jaewoong up next.
차렷, 그녀의 준비, 시작. 시작. 바로 샷, 차렷, 그녀의
All right, that was Jaewoong from West Point, class of, let's see. Oh, he's getting his second bachelor's degree at West Point. Very interesting. And he's majoring in organizational psychology and leadership. And some fun facts or fun memories that Jaewoong has about Taekwondo is getting to travel and compete with his friends. And he says the friendship I build from competition is valuable and very meaningful. It keeps me going. I definitely agree with that sentiment. All right, Jaewoong's accuracy score is 3.20 and presentation score of 4.13 with a total of 7.33. All right, and that wraps up all of the performances from the athletes for this match. And for this match number 119, West Point A1 has taken all three wins, and we'll be moving on to quarterfinals. Congratulations, West Point A1, and great job, Princeton A2. Again, awesome job to all athletes up to here, and we will see you in quarterfinals, West Point A1. All right, going back to our bracket, we have match number 120 up next, Cornell A3 versus MIT A3. Okay, so we have a 2-person team going up against a 3-person team for this match. First up is Cornell A3, Lauren Carmichael. Next will be Aaron Fleischer from MIT A1 right after Lauren. Right, and Lauren's ready to go. So take it away, Lauren.
그래? 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래? 그녀.
All right, that was Lauren from Cornell, class of 2023. Lauren's favorite class is genetics and her least favorite class is calculus. And outside of Taekwondo, she says her hobby is rock climbing. And as a fun fact for Lauren, she says her father taught her Hapkido as a child, the multi-talented in various martial arts we see. Right, and Lauren's accuracy score is 2.43 with a presentation score of 3.50 for a total of 5.93. Right, on to our next athlete from MIT A3, we have Aaron up next.
그래? 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래? 그녀.
Okay, that was Aaron from MIT class of 2021. Some fun hobbies outside of Taekwondo that Aaron has is cello, intramural, ice hockey, and he says that he is the tournament organizer for the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Club, a tournament committee member in a different form right there. All right, and Aaron has an accuracy score of 2.33 and presentation score of 3.47 for a total of 5.80. Awesome, and moving on to our next competitor from Cornell A3, we have Andrew.
그래? 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로 샷 제리 그니
Okay, that was Andrew from Cornell, class of 2024. Some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Andrew include saxophone and piano. And a fun fact about Andrew is that he had practiced wrestling for 10 years. So so many multi-talented athletes in this division, and definitely a different stream of martial arts from Taekwondo. It's wrestling. All right. And Andrew has an accuracy score of 1.83, presentation score of 3.20 for a total of 5.03. All right, on to our next competitor from MIT A3. We have Peter Tran going next.
제리 그니 준비 시작 바로 샷 제리 그니
All right, that was Peter from MIT. And I think a fun fact about Peter that I can share hearing through the loop is that Peter was actually coaching other students from MIT today and just made it in before his turn to perform his Poomsae. So athletes are not just performing their Poomsae today, but also coaching and serving their fellow students throughout the day. So, Peter's accuracy score is 2.50, presentation score 3.43 for a total of 5.93. All right, let's take a look back at our athlete lineup. So we have one more competitor for this match. From MIT A3, we have Dana up next.
제리 그니 준비 시작 바로. 샷. 제리꾼이.
Okay, that was Dana from MIT, class of 2024, majoring in computation and cognition. And Dana lists her favorite class in school this year as Intro to Photography and her least favorite as Everything Else. So my takeaway from that is that Dana really loved that photography class. Hands on. All right. And Dana's accuracy score is coming out to 2.50. Presentation score 3.53 for a total of 6.03. And that is all of our athletes' performances for this match. Let's take a look at the final results. All right, so MIT A3 takes 2 wins out of 3, with Cornell A3 taking 1 win. So MIT A3 will be advancing to quarterfinals. Congratulations, MIT A3, and great job, Cornell A3, for this round of 16 match. And we will see you in round of 8 or quarterfinals, MIT A3. Great job, all athletes, for match number 120. Woo. All right, let's take a look at the bracket. We are now moving on to match number 121 in this round of 16, West Point A2 versus Northeastern A1. Let's take a look at the athlete lineup. All right, we have a 3-person versus 2-person team. First up is West Point A2, Christopher, and the next after that will be Northeastern A1, Jenna, right after. Let's see if West Point A2 is ready to go. With their first athlete on deck is Christopher.
Christopher, 제압 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 균형. Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Christopher from a West Point class of 2023. Some fun facts about Christopher is that he went on a 4,384-mile road trip over the break. Wow, that's amazing. And Christopher has been doing Taekwondo for 14 years and can recite the Declaration of Independence word for word from memory. I can definitely not even really read like the first paragraph. All right, and Christopher's accuracy score is 2.70, presentation score of 3.67, with a total of 6.37. All right, moving on to our next competitor. We have Jenna from Northeastern.
Jenna, 제압 균형. 준비. 시작. Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that was Jenna from Northeastern class of 2023. Jenna is majoring in industrial engineering. And she says that her favorite class in school so far is manufacturing techniques. Her least favorite is thermodynamics. Thermo. All right, Jenna's accuracy score is 2.83 with a presentation score of 4.00, with the total coming to 6.83. All right, great job. Moving on to our next athlete, West Point A2, we have Chris up next.
Mr. Chris, Jut, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛. 그래. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that was Chris from West Point class of 2022. And Chris's fun memories from Taekwondo include going to nationals at UT Austin in 2019 and traveling to Canada to train with the Taekwondo club at the Royal Military College. Very exciting. And Chris's accuracy score has come out to 2.50, presentation score 3.63, the total of 6.13. All right, great job. Moving on to our next athlete from Northeastern, we have Joshua up next.
Mr. Joshua, Jut, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 슛. 그래. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that was Joshua from Northeastern class of 2022. And he says he's majoring in combined major of computer engineering and computer science. And some of his hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes cooking. He's, quote, cooking so I can eat and remain alive, and providing personal finance advice to others. Very resourceful, I see. All right, and Joshua's accuracy score is coming out to 2.77, presentation score 3.73, for a total score of 6.50. All right, moving on to our next and last athlete for this match. We have Benjamin from West Point A2 up next.
Benjamin, jet, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, Kune. Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Benjamin getting a big round of applause from his teammates. So Benjamin from West Point class of 2023, majoring in psychology. And some fun facts about Benjamin. Yeah, he has co-piloted a plane, donated his hair to charity twice, and most exciting of all, his birthday is today, March 20th. So very happy birthday to Benjamin. Thank you for joining us at this ECTC tournament on your special day. And let's keep going with some fun facts as the judges come in with our presentation scores. Some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Benjamin include climbing and playing video games. And there it is, our presentation score right there. So accuracy score of 2.13, presentation score of 3.60, coming out to a total of 5.73. Okay, that rounds up all of our athletes for match number 121. So let's take a look at the final results. Northeastern A1 takes 2 wins out of 3. West Point A2 takes 1 win, with Northeastern A1 moving on to quarterfinals. Great job, Northeastern A1, and awesome job to West Point A2. Congratulations, all athletes, for match number 121. We'll see you in quarterfinals, Northeastern A1. And I believe that rounds up our final match for the round of 16. So we will be moving on to quarterfinals next. And before that, we will be taking a short break, but let's take a look at the quarterfinal bracket just for a quick review before moving on to our break. So we have match number 122. Up after a break, MIT A1 and Rutgers A3. So please be prepared, MIT A1 and Rutgers A3, locked in, ready to go, and ready to turn on your cameras when you are called up on deck. Then we'll be following with matches 123, 124, 125 right after that. So athletes in all those matches, please make sure to be logged in 10 minutes before we start. And I believe our time to come back and start the next round of matches is 5:15, which is in 3 minutes. So everybody, we will see you at 5:15, ready to go. All right, thank you very much, everyone. See you at 5:15. All right, everyone, and we are back. Getting settled in both on the athletes and judges side. So we're just going to take a moment to take a look at the bracket before we start our Poomsae performances. All right, now we are on to quarterfinals for 18 Poomsae. Starting off with match number 122, we have MIT A1 against Rutgers A3. All right, and let's take a look at the athlete lineup for match number 122. We have three-person teams for each side. MIT A1, we will have Karen Real going up first, followed by Amy Bach from Rutgers A3. So let's take a look if Karen is ready to go. No, it takes a moment for us to get going when we start a new block of matches. So we just want to make sure everyone's settled in. Also, MIT teams are sharing several athletes are sharing the same device, if my understanding is correct. So thank you for being accommodating, but let's see if they're ready to go. All right, seems like they are ready to go. Thank you very much. And handing it over to Karen for MIT.
Miss Karen, Jut, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. 쉿! 그래. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that was Karen from MIT class of 2023. Karen is majoring in data science, and a fun memory that she has about Taekwondo is the MIT Taekwondo Club retreat last winter. Awesome. All right. And Karen has an accuracy score of 3.23, presentation score of 4.07 with a total of 7.30. Great job. And moving on to our next competitor. Up next is Amy from Rutgers.
Miss Amy, Jut, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, connect. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that was Amy from Rutgers class of 2022, majoring in psychology. And some fun memories of Taekwondo that Amy has is taking Poomsae breaks while studying for final exams and chaotic Disney karaoke on bus rides to and from tournaments. I can definitely relate to those as well. All right, Amy's accuracy score is 2.80 with a presentation score of 3.70 with a total of 6.50. All right, moving on to our next competitor from MIT. We have Kevin up next.
Kevin, jet, connect. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, connect. Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Kevin from MIT performing choreo. This is a fun ECTC tournament fact that I will be presenting again for today. For those of you who are watching this tournament online for the first time, might be seeing the same form over and over again, but this is a form called choreo, and athletes will be performing a different Poomsae starting from the semifinals. So keep an eye out for that. All right, and Kevin's accuracy score is coming out to 3.13 and presentation score 4.03 for a total of 7.17. All right, on to our next competitor. All right, from Rutgers, up next, we have Gregory.
Mr. Gregory, jet, connect. 준비. 시작.
빠! 빠!
바로. jet, connect. Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Gregory from Rutgers class of 2022, majoring in mechanical engineering. And Gregory's fun memory that he has about Taekwondo, just like his teammate, he says singing together to various Disney songs on the bus rides to and from tournaments. A lot of karaoke going on in the Rutgers team, we see. All right, Gregory has an accuracy score of 2.60, the presentation score of 3.70, totaling to 6.30. Awesome. All right, moving on to our next competitor. All right, we have our last competitor from MIT A1 team. Going up next is Elizabeth.
Miss Elizabeth, Chip, Kune. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chip, Kune. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, and that was Elizabeth from MIT. And another fun fact to share about today's ECTC online tournament. For this 8-team division, which is black belts only, there are a total of 28 matches for this division to reach gold. All right, and we have accuracy score for Elizabeth at 3.00, presentation score of 3.93, with a total of 6.93. Okay, and next up for our athletes in this round. So as actually a reminder to all competitors from quarterfinals onwards, for those athletes who, so for the lame duck rule, just to clarify for athletes, all lame duck matches will be optional from quarterfinals onwards. So judges will be reaching out to you if you would like to still compete, or if you have not had a chance to perform your Poomsae in up to this round. And keeping also the time in mind, judges will let you know if you are able to, or if you are given the option to perform your Poomsae for this lame duck match. So just wanted to check in with Justin if you're ready to go and would like to, and wanted to check in also with the judges if they are okay with time to go forth. If I can get an okay from the ringmaster side. And we have gotten a yes. All right. So up next for the last match for this round is Justin from Rutgers.
Juliet, Kune.
Mr. Justin, Chip, Kune. 준비. 시작. Oh! 주연, 근혜. Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Justin from Rutgers class of 2021. Some fun memories Justin has about Taekwondo. He writes, every tournament's energy and liveliness. And I can definitely agree with that. And hopefully we can experience the in-person live energy and spirit in the near future. And Justin's accuracy score is 2.67 with a presentation score of 3.63, coming to a total of 6.30. All right, thank you to all the athletes in this match. And now we'll take a look at the final results. So MIT A1 has taken 3 wins out of the 3. So MIT A1 will be moving on to semifinals. Congratulations, MIT A1, and great job, amazing job to Rutgers A3. As a reminder, I believe from here on, all winning teams should stay in the Zoom room so that they're ready to go for semifinals and beyond. So thank you very much again to all athletes for this match. Thank you, MIT A1 and Rutgers A3. All right, let's take a look at the bracket, and we will be moving on to match number 123. All right, which is Princeton A1 against Rutgers A1. Seeing a lot of Rutgers teams going back to back. All right, let's take a look at the athlete lineup for match number 123. Right, again, we have 3-person full teams for each school. So first up will be Louise from Princeton A1, followed by Sylvia from Rutgers A1. All right, let's see if Louise is ready to go. Seems her camera is on. All right, and you take it away.
Louise, 주연, 근혜. 준비. 시작. 바로. 주연, 근혜. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that was Louise from Princeton class of 2023. See some fun facts about Louise that I can share with all of you. So some hobbies outside of Taekwondo for Louise is napping. Again, we have a napper here as our as listed as our hobbies. And also some fun memories she has about Taekwondo is that this is the first time Louise is competing in Poomsae in 4 years. Very exciting. Congratulations, Louise. Thanks for joining us today. All right, Louise's accuracy score is coming out to 2.63, presentation score of 3.57 for a total of 6.20. All right, moving on to our next athlete. We have Sylvia from Rutgers.
Sylvia, 주연, 근혜. 준비. 시작! 바로! jet! connect! Thank you, ma'am.
Right, and that was Sylvia from Rutgers, class of 2022, majoring in supply chain management. And let's see some fun facts, but I'd like to just point out that it seems that Sylvia has that entrance hall or that hallway space all to herself this entire day. I've not seen one person stop by. So it's just really interesting to see how many different unique spaces these athletes are using throughout this day to compete. Really awesome space that Sylvia's using right there. All right, and Sylvia's accuracy score is coming out to 3.07. Presentation score is 3.90 for a total of 6.97. All right, moving on to our next athlete. Let's see who we have next. We have from Princeton A1, up next is Su Ying.
Miss Ying, jet, connect! 준비! 시작! 바로! jet, connect! Thank you, ma'am.
All right, and that was Su Ying from Princeton. Su Ying is pursuing a PhD at Princeton, and she is studying physics. And again, this is reiterating some of Su Ying's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes piano and cooking. Awesome. All right, Su Ying's accuracy score has come out to 2.67. Presentation score of 3.63 with a total of 6.30. Awesome job. All right, moving on to our next competitor. From Rutgers, up next, we have Abraham.
Abraham, jet, connect! 준비! 시작. 바로. jet, 근해. Thank you, sir.
All right, that was Abraham from Rutgers, class of 2021, majoring in exercise science. And I might have mentioned this before, but Abraham's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes calligraphy. And I think that is really cool. And all these athletes are so multi-talented, and we have our scores coming in. So Abraham's accuracy score is 2.83, the presentation score 3.73, with a total of 6.57. All right, moving on to our next athlete and our last from Princeton, A1. Going to our athlete lineup screen. Awesome. All right. Next from Princeton, A1 is Cecilia.
셋, jet, 근해. 준비. 시작. 바로. jet, 근해. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that was Cecilia from Princeton, class of 2023. Let's see, Cecilia's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes spending time with friends, reading, and dancing. And she also mentioned, and I think I mentioned this early in the tournament, that her fun memory from Taekwondo includes setting up for the Princeton tournament. So thank you again to Princeton team for doing that every year. All right, Cecilia's accuracy score is coming out to 2.90, the presentation score of 3.80, and a total of 6.70. All right, and on to our last competitor for this match, I believe. Yes, we have Jay Woo from Rutgers up next.
대우, jet, 근해. 준비. 시작. Thank you, sir.
All right, and that was Jay Woo from Rutgers, class of 2022, majoring in sports management. And some of Jay Woo's hobbies outside of Taekwondo includes tricking and eating good food. And Jay Woo's accuracy score has come out to 3.00, presentation score 3.87 for a total of 6.87. All right, great job to all athletes for match number 123. Let's take a look at the final results. All right, and we see Rutgers A1 has taken 3 out of the 3 matches. So Rutgers A1 will be moving on to semifinals. Congratulations, Rutgers A1, and great job to Princeton A1 as well. I have enjoyed looking at the scenery in your common space, Princeton A1, and we will see you in the semifinal match or semifinal round, Rutgers A1. So please stay on in this Zoom ring if you can, because we will be moving on to semifinals pretty quickly. All right, congratulations again to all athletes, and now we'll be moving on to match number 124. I believe there will be some adjustments for judges and switching around some roles as we move on to match 124. So while they are doing that, let's take a look at the athletes lineup. All right, so we have a full 3-person team again for each school. We are just going full on for these quarterfinal matches. Cornell A1 will have Angela kicking off with her performance of choreo, followed by Jae Woong from West Point A1 right after that. So athletes, please have your cameras ready to go. Thank you so much. We're just getting our judges set up over here, so please give us a few extra seconds as we do so. Very much. We are almost set. Cornell, I am loving your setup right there. Don't know if it's the gym or if it's just a big dining hall space or something like that, but it's looking really cool. All right, and we are almost done with setting up on the referee's side. Thank you so much to our lovely referees for judging so many Poomsae performances throughout the day. I'd like to give a big shout out to the TC members who are operating the Zoom cameras and making the screen share, making sure that the screen share is working, keeping track of which athletes are needed to be called to the ring. All right. Just a heads up, Cornell A1, we just need a few more seconds so you can relax and kind of take a moment there to breathe for a second. And I'll let you know when the judges are ready. But thank you for being ready to go. You guys are all amazing. Athletes have been on top of signing in and getting their cameras ready to go and called up on deck. They're super awesome. I was in the middle of giving shout outs to my fellow tournament committee members. Let's see, Gabe, who has been tracking down athletes and making sure everyone is ready to go, the times that they need to be called up. Manuel, who has been screen sharing, and Emily, who has also been keeping track of the tournament, the athletes, as well as the tournament spreadsheet. Our lovely tournament committee chairs, Carissa and Tara, always keeping an eye out for us and fighting fires in the background. I'm sure there aren't that many fires, hopefully, fingers crossed, but thank you so much, always. Our lovely referee chair, Master Schulte, and of course our ringmaster, William, who I imagine as our eyes from above. I say above, and he's saying, I'm not dead yet, but I'm imagining more of like the mastermind watching over everything, making sure we're all keeping track on time. And just all around being awesome. All right, I think we're almost there. Might like to share a fun fact about myself. Oh, I have, my name is Nariko. I have been eating cookies and a burrito bowl throughout this day in the downtime. And I have also been never been so immersed in Google spreadsheets in a while. It's been a while. So that's been very fun. I've also been very grateful for having my dual monitor set up today. I think I would have been lost without it. So that has been one great takeaway from my side on the back in the background. All right, and I think our referees are getting settled in and we are ready to start. Thank you, Ringmaster William. All right, thank you so much, Cornell A1, for your patience. Thank you. And Angela, we are ready to hand it over to you.
Triết, cứng nghề. Chuẩn bị. Triết. Hello. Triết. Cứng nghề. Thank you.
All right, that was Angela from Cornell performing choreo. Once again, for anyone who is joining us, maybe or joining us for the first time right now, so athletes will be performing Poomsae called choreo up until the end of quarterfinals. And moving on to a new form starting from semifinals. All right, we have Angela's accuracy score coming in at 2.90 and presentation score of 3.73 with a total of 6.63. All right, thank you, Angela, again for your patience with us as we get settled in for starting off this match. An extra thank you to Angela for that. And we are moving on to our next competitor. Right, we have Jae-woon from West Point up next.
Triết, cứng nghề. Chuẩn bị. Triết. Photo. Sure. Juliet, good night.
All right, that was Jae-woong from West Point. Been sharing a lot of fun facts about athletes throughout the day. Let's see what I can share about Jae-woong with everybody. So Jae-woong has 3 younger sisters who are also black belts and on the U.S. national team. Very impressive. What an athletic family. All right, Jae-woong has an accuracy score of 3.23, a presentation score of 4.10, with a total of 7.33. All right, and we are moving on to our next athlete from Cornell. All right, up next we have Haley.
Juliet, good night. 준비? 시작! Hello. Juliet? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, that was Haley Kim from Cornell. And this is my moment to share fun facts about this ECTC online tournament today. So for A-team Black Belt Division, there are a total of 28 matches today that have been going on starting from 11 a.m. And we have, including this match, 5 more matches to go until we find out who wins gold. All right, and Haley's accuracy score is coming out to 2.90. Presentation score at 3.93 for a total of 6.83. Okay, moving on to our next athlete. We have Justin from West Point.
Juliet? Yeah. 준비? 시작! Hello. Juliet? Yeah. Thank you.
All right, that was Justin from West Point class of 2024. Let's see, some fun memories Justin has about Taekwondo includes performing demos and going hard during a sparring match. Really great reflections there, and would love to see some sparring matches happening live in person even one day sooner for sure. All right, Justin's accuracy score is coming out to 2.87, presentation score as 3.93 for a total of 6.80. All right, let's take a look back at the athlete lineup. So we have one win each for Cornell and West Point so far. All right, heating up. All right, next up is Tatum from Cornell.
차렷. 끝내. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷 끝내. Thank you.
All right, that was Tatum, our final competitor from the Cornell A1 team. And the bells ringing in the background definitely gave a wonderful vibe, added a wonderful vibe to the overall scenery that Cornell has been giving us throughout today. Very peaceful day, peaceful time over there in Ithaca, I believe. All right, and Tatum's accuracy score is coming out to 2.53 with a presentation score of 3.60, the total of 6.13. All right, and last but not least for this match, from West Point, we have Esther up next.
차렷. 끝내. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 끝내. Thank you.
All right, and that was Esther from West Point, our final competitor for match number 124. And and the judges are coming in with their numbers very quickly. Thank you very much. And Esther's accuracy score is coming out to 2.83, presentation score 3.73 for a total of 6.57. So let's see how the final results came out for this match. All right, and West Point A1 takes 2 wins, with Cornell A1 taking 1 win for their team. And as a result, West Point A1 will be moving on to semifinals. Congratulations, West Point A1, and great job throughout the day, Cornell A1. Amazing job to both teams. Thank you so much to athletes. And as a reminder, West Point A1, if you could stay on in the Zoom ring so that we can call you in for semifinals right away, that would be wonderful. And thank you so much again to both teams' athletes. Now we will be moving on to match number 125, our final match, I believe, for quarterfinals. MIT A3 against Northeastern A1. Okay, let's take a look at the athletes list. And I also believe that our referees are also shuffling around a bit to accommodate some movement. So let's see how we can go. All right. All right. And this time we have a 3-person team for MIT and 2-person team for Northeastern. And first up for MIT will be Aaron, followed by Joshua from Northeastern. And at this point right now, I have gotten a note that MIT A3 is currently waiting for their device / their space that they need to use for their Poomsae performance is being used by another team in another one of the Zoom rings right now. So we will wait for a few moments for that to get settled. And once MIT A3 is ready to go, we will start right away. Awesome. So let's hope, oops, all right. Sorry about that. All right, so Northeastern A1, please also be ready to go. Stay warm, stay relaxed. We'll be calling you up soon. In the meantime, let's see if I can share any fun facts about Taekwondo / this ECTC tournament. Let's see. So what is Poomsae? I am reading off of these commentary ideas that Carissa and Tara have kindly provided for all the commentators. So Poomsae is a series of movements with attacks and blocks against imaginary opponents. So these are all coordinated movements, or choreographed, if we would say. And Poomsae is a part of the foundational movement of Taekwondo. Didn't get to explain too much in detail earlier, but for the round of 32, and for throughout preliminaries and semifinals, we have been seeing Koryo, which is the first dan or first black belt form. And we have been seeing Koryo from all the athletes so far, but starting from the semifinals onwards, we will be seeing a different form of Poomsae called Kumgang. We'll be looking very different from what we have been seeing so far. So please be excited for that. Let's see, 8-team division here has been black belts only. And in other rings or other YouTube channels that have been going on, there have been B-team matches or B-team Poomsae and C-team Poomsae for intermediate and beginner Taekwondo practitioners. And so I think actually B-team has wrapped up their gold matches or what's it called, final matches already, and C-team might still be going on. So if they're going on at the same time and you would like to watch that, please check out the other channels and please definitely do so. And I have gotten a note from our ringmaster that we can show we'll be coming right back screen for about 5 minutes, and then we can get the show running on the road once again. All right, so MIT A1 and Northeastern A1 will be back soon for match number 125 for the last match of quarterfinals. Thank you all, and we will be returning very shortly. All right, everyone, and we are back live to proceed with match number 125, our last match for quarterfinals. We have MIT A3 going against Northeastern A1, and there will be three-person team for MIT, two-person team for Northeastern. Up first, we have Aaron on deck to go for MIT A3. Let's see if Aaron is ready to go with his camera all set up. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. We're going to hand it over to you, Aaron.
자리야. 경례. 준비. 시작. Juliet. Good. Thank you.
All right, that was Aaron from MIT, class of 2021. Let's see, one fun facts I can share about Aaron. So a fun memory that Aaron has about Taekwondo is celebrating a national championship as a team. And when he says team, I'm assuming he means MIT. So congratulations for that. Definitely very exciting for MIT team always. All right. And Aaron's accuracy score is 2.40. And presentation score is 3.50 for a total of 5.90. All right, great job. Moving along to our next tournament. Not next tournament, oh my gosh, next athlete. My apologies. We have Joshua from Northeastern up next.
Juliet. Good. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Juliet. Good. Thank you.
All right, that was Joshua from Northeastern University, class of 2022. And some fun facts about Joshua. Some fun memories that he has about Taekwondo is actually teaching the younger students. So thank you for carrying on the tradition of Taekwondo and martial arts and teaching the students that you have. Joshua, all right. And Joshua has an accuracy score of 2.70, presentation score of 3.67, the total of 6.37. Okay, moving on to our next athlete. We have from MIT A3, Peter Tran up next.
Juliet. Good. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Juliet. Good. Thank you.
Right, and that was Peter from MIT. Judges are coming in very quickly with scores in these last few rounds and really getting Getting some speed, the speed judging down to down on point. All right, Peter has an accuracy score of 2.43, presentation score of 3.53 for a total of 5.97. Awesome job. And we are moving on to our next athlete. All right, and for the last athlete from Northeastern, we have Jenna up next.
차렷, 그녀의 준비, 준비, 시작. 바로 샷. 차렷, 그녀의 Thank you.
All right, that was Jenna from Northeastern class of 2023, and her scores are already up there. All right, and Jenna's accuracy score is 2.93, presentation score 3.93, the total score 6.87. Let's take a look at the results so far. Or the overall results, sorry. All right, so we do have, let's see, Northeastern has won 2 out of the 3 matches. So we do have our winner here. We just want to check in if Dana would like to compete. And it looks like she is ready to go. She is all set. And I am checking in with our ringmaster that we are also okay on time.
차렷, 그녀의
All right.
준비, 시작. 바로 샷. 차렷, 그녀의 Thank you.
All right, and that was Dana from MIT class of 2024. Some fun facts about Dana. So some fun memories that Dana has about Taekwondo. It includes using nunchucks at the studio, at her studio every week. Ooh, really exciting nunchucks. All right. And Dana has an accuracy score of 2.63, the presentation score of 3.57, for a total of 6.20. All right, and back to the list. What's it called? Let's take a look at the final results for this match. And Northeastern A1 has taken 2 of the 3. Whoa, moving on to match 126 already. Not okay. Anyway, we can go back to, there we go. Thank you so much. So Northeastern A1 has taken this match and will be moving on to the semifinals. Congratulations, Northeastern A1, and great job, MIT A3. Congratulations to all athletes. And now we'll be moving on to match number 126. Which is our semifinals. I believe we're going straight into the semis. Yes, we are, so that we can get this rolling. All right, match number 126 is our first round of matches for semis. MIT A1 against Rutgers A1. Let's take a look at the athlete lineup. And MIT and Rutgers both have full 3-person teams. So first up, we will have Elizabeth from MIT performing Kumgang this time for semifinals. So after a quick check through of our participant list in the Zoom room, I actually believe we do not have MIT A1 in the participant list. Question mark? Oh, we do. All right. We should be ready to go. Okay, so whenever Elizabeth is ready, there we go. Thank you so much. Handing it over to Elizabeth.
Camera's on.
그래? 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 트리, 그녀. Thank you.
All right, and that was Elizabeth from MIT performing Kumgang. As you can see, for those of you who are watching these Poomsae tournaments for the first time, might be noticing that there's a big difference between the the previous Poomsae choreo, which was being performed by athletes all through quarterfinals. So it's a very different flavor of Poomsae with less kicks, but a lot more difficult techniques with different stances. All right, and Elizabeth is coming in with an accuracy score of 3.07, presentation score of 3.80, with a total score of 6.87 to kick us off with these semifinal matches. All right, next up we have Sylvia from Rutgers.
Chiri. Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 자, 차례. kunye.
All right, and that was Sylvia from Rutgers class of 2022. And Sylvia is majoring in supply chain management. I think it'll be fun to go back to sharing fun facts about athletes. So she's majoring in supply chain management, and her favorite class is strategic management. Least favorite class is management science. All right, and Sylvia's score for accuracy is 2.97. Presentation is 3.60 for a total of 6.57. All right, awesome. Moving on to our next competitor from MIT is Karen Real.
차례. kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 바로. 자. 저래, 그네. Thank you.
All right, and that was Karen from MIT, class of 2023, majoring in data science. We already see Karen's accuracy score coming in at 3.20, presentation score coming in at 3.90 for a total of 7.10. All right, moving right along to our next competitor. All right, next from Rutgers, we have Jaewoo Lee.
저래, 그네. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 저래, 그네. Thank you.
All right, and that was Jaewoo from Rutgers, class of 2022, majoring in sports management. Sometimes for some fun facts about Poomsae scoring. So as we've been sharing as the day goes on, but reviewing once again, scoring is divided into accuracy and presentation with a total of 4 points possible for accuracy and 6 points possible for presentation. And we see Jaewoo's accuracy score there is 2.60 with a presentation score of 3.47, totaling 6.07. All right, and moving on to our next competitor. All right, we see here now that MIT A1 has taken 2 wins for their team, which means that they will be moving on to the finals, I believe. But we do have our next competitors going up for their last round for the 3-person team. Performing for MIT A1 will be Kevin up next.
Kevin will not contest the lame duck match.
All right, so Kevin will not be performing in this lame duck match because MIT A1 will be moving on to to the final round. Thank you very much. And we'll also like to check in with Abraham from Rutgers A1 to see if he would like to perform his.
He will also not participate as well.
All right, thank you very much for checking in with us, Abraham. So in this for match number 126, we will wrap up with the 2 rounds of Poomsaes, and MIT A1 takes 2 wins. So we'll be moving on to the finals. Congratulations, MIT A1, and great job to Rutgers A1 for this entire day, coming up to the semifinal round. Great job to all athletes. And now we will go back to looking at our bracket. There we go. And there's the winner, decided and highlighted. all its glory. All right. And moving back to the bracket, we will now move on to match number 127. West Point A1 versus Northeastern A1. All right, let's take a look at the lineup of athletes for match number 127, our last semifinal match. We have a 3-person team for West Point A1 and 2-person team for Northeastern A1. Up first for West Point A1 will be Esther Kang. See if West Point is ready to go. All right, and it looks like they're ready to go. Handing over the camera to West Point A1.
차렷, 그녀의 준비, 시작. 바로 샷. 차렷, 그녀의 Thank you.
All right, and that was Esther from West Point class of 2022, majoring in data science, getting a great shout out from her teammates there as she was wrapping up her form kumgang. As a reminder to all those who are dropping in to watch the Ring 1 18 Poomsae semifinals right now, athletes have been competing through a total round of total match numbers of 28 matches so far. No, going for a total of 28 matches to win gold, and we are at match number 27 right now. So Esther's accuracy score is coming out to 2.27, presentation score of 3.50 for a total of 5.77. All right, and moving on to our next athlete from Northeastern University. We have Jenna up next.
차렷, 그녀의 준비, 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래, 그냥. Thank you.
All right, and that was Jenna from Northeastern, class of 2023, sharing some fun facts about Jenna. So an interesting fact about Jenna is that she has visited 35 out of the 50 states in the US so far, and has also studied abroad in London for her freshman year. Kind of reminiscing back to the times that we were all able to travel, and really hoping that although I am long past being an undergrad, I really hope that all of the students right now who are really going through with all these virtual classes or hybrid classes can once again start traveling abroad and studying abroad even one day sooner for sure. And Jenna's accuracy score is coming out to 2.37. Presentation score at 3.57 for a total of 5.93. All right, and let's take a look at the athlete lineup and we will move on to our next competitor. All right, and up next we have Justin from West Point A1.
그래, 그냥. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래, 그냥. Thank you.
All right, that was Justin from West Point class of 2024. Justin is majoring in computer science, and some fun facts about him that he has shared with us. He says, I played games for 7 hours straight once, and he hates running with a passion and is not flexible. Upside down smiley face emoji. Well, probably practicing Taekwondo will help with that, I hope. And Justin's accuracy score is coming out to 2.47, presentation score at 3.40 for a total of 5.87. All right, this match is heating up. Let's move on to our next athlete. We have Joshua from Northeastern A1 up next.
그래, 그냥. 준비? 시작. 바로 샷. 지뢰 끄네. Thank you.
All right, and that was Joshua from Northeastern, class of 2022. Let's see, fun facts for Joshua. He shares a quote that he likes as, quote, "The fastest way is over, not around." Interesting to hear this, especially in the semifinal rounds right here. All right, and Joshua's accuracy score is coming out to 2.70, presentation score at 3.67 for a total of 6.37. All right, let's take a look at what the results are looking like so far for this match. And we see that Northeastern A1 has taken two wins needed to go on to finals for this match. We are currently checking in with Jae-woong to see if he would like to compete for lame duck match, and he says that he will like to go. All right, Jae-woong. So up next from West Point A1 will be Jae-woong Jung.
지뢰 끄네. 준비. 시작. 바로 샷. 지뢰 끄네. Thank you.
All right, and that was Jae-woong from West Point, competing as the final competitor of his three-person team in West Point A1. Some fun memories Jae-woong has about Taekwondo. I think I've read this before, but I'll read it again. The friendships that he builds from competition is so valuable and meaningful that they keep him going. Thank you so much for sharing that sentiment, Jae-woong. And your Jae-woong's accuracy score is coming out to 3.10, presentation score at 3.97 for a total of 7.07. Great job to all the athletes in this match. And we see Northeastern A1 has taken two wins to go on to the final round. So congratulations, Northeastern A1, and great job to West Point A1 athletes for coming all the way up to the semifinal for this semifinal round. Thank you again to all athletes, and Northeastern A1, we will see you in the final round, which is starting in 3 minutes. So all athletes will have a 3-minute break from here until the final round starts. So please stay in the Zoom ring and be prepared to start in 3 minutes. And match number 128, final match for this division will be MIT A1 against Northeastern A1. All right, everyone, see you back here in 3 minutes at 7:01 p.m. EST. All right, I think we are ready to start the final match for 8-team division. Let's do this. All right, and looking at the bracket, again, we are in the final match, match number 128, MIT A1 versus Northeastern A1 to close out this tournament. Let's see the athlete lineup. So first up from MIT A1, we will have Kevin, followed by Jenna from Northeastern. Let's see if Kevin is ready to go to kick off for MIT A1. All right. Let's take the show on the road, handing it over to Kevin.
그래? 그녀. 준비? 시작. 바로. 샷. 그래, 그녀. Thank you.
All right, and that was Kevin from MIT performing Kumgang for finals. For those of you who may be tuning in for the first time here tonight, the athletes from this 18 Poomsae division have been competing through 28 matches tonight or today, starting from round of 32. And right now we are at the final match, match number 128 to claim the gold. And it is MIT A1 versus Northeastern A1 fighting for the final round tonight for our spring ECTC Poomsae tournament. We are waiting for the judges to present their accuracy scores first, followed by presentation scores. For accuracy score out of a total of 4 points, presentation score out of a total of 6 points, the cumulative score is possible out of 10 points. And it seems we are waiting for one judge to call in and make sure that everything's all set, technically set up for all clear for technical difficulties. So we appreciate your patience as we wait for the scores to come in. All right, and we are currently having our judges inputting the technical scores or the accuracy scores. Thank you again for your patience. It's been quite a long day, and the judges are also getting settled in or having a little bit of needing a little bit of time to get settled in from the previous break coming in for this final round. So thank you again for your patience. And while we are waiting, I can kind of go over how the scoring is being broken down. Accuracy, again, is a total of 4 points, and details of how it is determined is, oh, there we go. Wow, that was very quick. All right, I can talk more about the accuracy score in the next round. Accuracy score for Kevin for Kumgang is 3.07 with a presentation score of 3.80 for a total of 6.87. Thank you again for your patience. And we will be moving on to our next athlete for this final round. All right, up next is Jenna from Northeastern A1.
Juliet, Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. Juliet, Kunye. Thank you.
All right, and that was Jenna from Northeastern University, class of 2023, majoring in industrial engineering. We already have our accuracy scores coming in from the judges. Accuracy scores are inputted live as the athletes are performing their Poomsae. So right now we see Jenna has an accuracy score of 2.43, and we see the presentation score there at 3.60 for a total of 6.03. All right, great job, Jenna. And we are moving on to our next athlete. All right, next up for this final round is Elizabeth from MIT.
Juliet, Kunye. 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 드레, thank you.
All right, and that was Elizabeth from MIT. I'm going to move on with my explanation of mechanics of scoring presentation. Score is out of a total of 6 points with 3 categories worth 2 points each. And we see there that Elizabeth has an accuracy score of 3.00, presentation score of 3.77 for a total of 6.77. Great job, Elizabeth. And we are moving on to our next athlete. And I believe this will be the final performance from Northeastern tonight. We will have Joshua from Northeastern A1.
드레, 그녀의 준비. 시작. 바로. 샷. 드레, 그녀의 thank you.
All right, and that was Joshua from Northeastern University, class of 2022. Let's see, Joshua is majoring in computer engineering and computer science. Oh, wanted to share more fun facts, but we got our scores up right there. So Joshua's accuracy score is coming out to 2.77 and a presentation score of 3.57 for a total of 6.33. All right, great job to Joshua. And moving back to our athletes lineup screen, I believe that we have one more competitor from MIT on deck, but MIT A1 has taken the win for tonight's competition. Just wanted to check in though with Karen if she would like to perform Kumgang to close off finals. This is an optional lame duck match for MIT A1.
She will decline. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you though for Karen as well for competing along with your teammates as MIT A1. And as we can see, MIT A1 has taken the win for this final match for tonight's A-Team Poomsae division. So congratulations, MIT A1, and great job, Northeastern A1, for taking silver. All right, and we are going to be moving on to closing ceremonies very quickly, I believe. So I am just going to make the final announcements for the winners of the A-Team Poomsae division for today's tournament. So if I understand correctly, in third, we have 2 third places, or we do have 2 bronze medals for each of our ECTC tournaments. In third place, we have Rutgers A1, Sylvia So, Jaewoo Lee, and Abraham Chang. And also in third place, or bronze medal, we have West Point A1, a team with Esther Kang, Justin Mar, and Jae-woong Jong. And in second place, or silver medal, we had Northeastern A1 with Jenna Slota and Joshua Kwok. And for our first place winner, gold medal for A-team division is MIT A1 of Kevin Jong, Elizabeth Zhao, and Karen Rial. Thank you so much to all of the competitors today, and a great job to all athletes, starting from round of 32 all the way up to the final match that we just had now. And thank you very much to our wonderful referees and tournament committee members for volunteering your time today, throughout the day, and to the ECTC board for always doing such a wonderful job with putting all of this together and making sure that the day runs smoothly and just keeping everything floating and on board. And thank you again, once again, to all of our wonderful athletes and coaches who have been supporting the athletes for making this event a wonderful event, though it's virtual, and everyone has been trying to accommodate all their spaces and all of the different spaces and constrictions that they might have. You all did an amazing job. And this wouldn't have been possible without your support. So thank you again for a wonderful tournament. We will be starting closing ceremonies at some point that I'm not really don't really know. Okay, it says we will be starting in 5 minutes. So I assume that will be around 7:25 or 7:20, since that was 5 minutes ago. All right, we will be coming back shortly screen now, and I will be passing off the microphone to our ECTC board members to start the closing ceremonies in a couple of minutes. Thank you again, Ring 1, and have a wonderful night to everybody. And we will see you at the closing ceremony.
Tara Sarathi, here to report to you some You guys are the most incredible people ever. I was watching some of you compete, and you're all awesome in every piece. Don't be afraid to hold your applause as I announce your schools. So, without further ado, in third place with 16 points, we have MIT and West Point PC2 with Edward, Jesse, and Ethan. Woo! Yeah! Let's and in second place with we have MIT PC2 with Tiffany, Monica, and Tejas. Yeah! MIT! Woo! MIT PC1 with Angela, Grace, and Jonathan. Wow! MIT! With 24 points. We have Cornell PB2 with Amina, Helen, and Christina, and MI2Z and Jess Shing. Woo! Yeah! Let's go, Cornell fight team!
We're just going to make sure everything's working correctly. We'll be back in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize. Looks like Master Sarathi just had some connection issues there. We're working right now. We'll have the closing ceremonies right to you live in but a moment. Sit tight. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us here tonight. This was an awesome weekend of Taekwondo Poomsae, and I hope you guys had a great time. We'll be going through those closing ceremonies with Master Sarathi and Master Chuang very soon.
Oh, heck.
Hi, everyone. This is Carissa Fu, your tournament committee co-chair, stepping in for Master Sarathi as she's facing a little bit of difficulty with her internet, but we'll continue with the results. I'm going to start over. So thank you all to all of our competitors today for competing. You guys did an amazing job, and here are our results for our spring tournament. So for our C team results, in third place, earning 16 points, MIT PC3 and West Point C2. Congratulations. Serena, Hanjie, Jawad, Edward, Jesse, and Ethan. Woohoo! And in second place, earning 32 points, we've got MIT C2, comprising of Tiffany Louis, Monica Buza, and Tejas Jayashankar. Woohoo! Congratulations, MIT C2. And finally, in first place for our C teams, earning 64 points, MIT C1, Angela Gao, Grace Wong, and Jonathan Roach. Big round of applause for them. Congratulations to all of our C team athletes. That was definitely a really deep division. All right, moving on to our B team results. In third place, 2 teams earning 24 points. Cornell B2 and MIT B2. Woohoo! That's Amina and Helen and Christina, Wanlin, Susie, and Jia Xing. Congratulations. And in second place, earning 48 points, Cornell B1. That's Amanda, Adrian, and Eunice. Congratulations. And in first place with 96 points, MIT B1. Woo! Congratulations, Mokhtar, Lainey, and Alexandra. Rounding out our results for today, A team third place goes to Rutgers A1 and West Point A1. Congratulations to Jaewoo, Sylvia, Abraham, and Justin, Jiwoon, and Esther.
Woo!
And in second place, earning 64 points, a 2-person Northeastern team. Congratulations, Jenna and Joshua.
Let's go Northeastern. Woo!
And finally, our first place winner of our A-team division, earning a whopping 128 points, MIT A1. That's Karen Riel, Kevin Jiang, and Elizabeth Zhou. Woohoo!
Woo! Let's go MIT.
All right, now let's take a look at our standings within each division. In Division 2, third place with 24 points, Princeton. Woohoo!
Ooh, let's go Princeton.
And in second place with 48 points, Rutgers. Yeah, Rutgers. Woohoo!
Yeah, Rutgers. Woo!
And in first place with 64 points, we've got Northeastern with that dominating 2-person team. Woohoo!
Yeah, let's go Northeastern. Woo!
All right, and Division 1, third place with 64 points, West Point, United States Military Academy. Congratulations.
Ooh, let's go West Point. You guys rock. West Point.
And in second place with 124 points, Cornell.
Woo, let's go Cornell. Cornell fight team. Ha! Cornell fight team. Ha! Cornell fight team. Ha ha ha.
And lastly, Division 1, first place with 396 points, MIT.
Woo, let's go MIT. 396. Woo!
Congratulations, athletes. We'll see you at the next competition. But before we sign off, I'm going to pass it off to one of our, to our ECTC Board of Director, Master Dan Chuang.
I wanted to say thank you to everyone for a wonderful event, referees, tournament committee, coaches, athletes. That was really such a fantastic spirited day. I really enjoyed watching every matchup, and I could just see all of that adrenaline rush and nerves that come out with doing the live competition head-to-head like that. And there were some wonderful rivalries between schools. So great job. Again, NCTA tournaments in just 4 weeks from now. So that'll be end our season. And there's also a tournament that's not in our season, but that's next weekend at ACADA. It's another online live tournament. And I cannot wait to get back to in-person tournaments next year. But in the meantime, let's finish out strong with this one. And, stay posted over the summer for developments, hopefully good developments, working back towards in-person competition soon. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.